Chapter 958. On the night of the award ceremony, David was sitting in his bedroom on the Guardian planet. He felt that something was wrong ever since he received the title of Invincible Knight. There was no war on the Guardian planet. The third batch of reinforcements from the Federation Army had arrived. It was a fleet of 10,000 battleships, with an aircraft carrier as the flagship. This greatly increased the defense of the Guardian planet. The scouts of the Interstellar Federation Army were redeploying their surveillance devices. However, the defense of the star regions that were too close to the portal had been strengthened. The surveillance devices were unable to get close to the portal as they would be destroyed by the Zerg if they got close. David didn't have much to do in the command center. He felt that something was wrong with his body and returned to his room to do a thorough check. He scanned his entire body with his mind and entered the small world of his soul space to scan his entire body. He didn't find anything wrong with his body, but he was 100% sure that something was wrong with his body. "Alexis, help me take a look. What's happening to my body? I feel that something is wrong." David could only ask Black Dragon Alexis for help. Ever since the Black Dragon Alexis mentioned that David should learn faith and become a god, it would spend a lot of time thinking about the matter in hopes of helping David. After hearing David's words, the Black Dragon Alexis stopped pondering and looked up at David. Lord Arthur, why are you surrounded by so much faith?" the Black Dragon Alexis asked in surprise. David only felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't pinpoint where it came from because the power of faith was difficult to detect. He didn't have the inheritance of faith to become a god, so even if he had a legendary grade soul, he couldn't pinpoint the existence of the power of faith. After hearing the Black Dragon Alexis's words, David paid special attention to the energy around him and finally found something different. There was a trace of strange energy around him. The energy waves were extremely weak. If he didn't pay special attention, he wouldn't have noticed it. David's soul had already reached the legend rank. If it was before, even if he was a 5th rank Temple Knight, he wouldn't have been able to sense such faith energy. Why is there faith surrounding me? David found it strange. He hadn't done anything, so why was there faith energy around him? Suddenly, David thought of the title Invincible Knight, and that all of this had happened after the award ceremony. "Alexis, the shrines gave me the title of Invincible Knight. Could it have something to do with that?" David asked the Black Dragon Alexis. The Black Dragon Alexis agreed with David's judgment. "That's the reason. Shrines are an extension of the will of the gods. The title they recognize is also a title recognized by the rules of the world to a certain extent. This title will more or less generate the power of faith for those who recognize it. It was also for this reason that the 5 shrines rarely bestowed the title of knight. This was because bestowing the title of knight would generate part of the power of faith. In the secret records of the shrines, not long after the establishment of the great world of God, a powerful knight was bestowed the title of Glorious Knight. With this title, this powerful knight used the power of faith he seized from an evil god to become a god, and successfully became a legend and a demigod. When this glorious knight became a demigod, his aura was completely exposed to the senses of the 5 gods. In the end, this glorious knight was killed by the god of war. Since then, the title of knight in the great world of God became fewer and fewer. The shrines also tried their best not to bestow the title of knight. David probably wouldn't have thought that the reason why he was able to obtain the title of Invincible Knight was not because there was no other reward that could replace it, but because of the red wine. The red wine produced from the Kami Star had become an important enjoyment for the 5 shrines. Under this subtle influence, the 5 shrines naturally had a good impression of Lord Arthur, who brewed the red wine of the Kami Star. This kind of good impression might not be seen normally, but when the reward for Lord Arthur was discussed, when someone proposed the title, due to this kind of good impression, no one raised any objections. Just like that, the reward of the title of knight was passed. Before the title of Invincible Knight, although David's combat power was recognized by the Knight of the Great World of God, this kind of recognition was not recognized by the rules of the world, and the corresponding power of faith could not be generated. But after the shrines officially bestowed the title of Invincible Knight, the knight's recognition of David's strength turned into the power of faith. The profession of knight valued strength very much. Knights had a natural worship of the strong, and David was recognized as the strongest knight, so this worship was even more enthusiastic. Moreover, with the spread of the title of Invincible Knight, all the knights in the great world of God would produce the power of faith after recognizing the title of Invincible Knight. This group was extremely large. Even when the title of Invincible Knight spread to the ears of ordinary people, those who wanted to have children become knights, and those who had the ambition to become knights, would also produce the power of faith. Probably even the shrines did not expect that the title of Invincible Knight would bring considerable power of faith to David. It was a pity that David did not have the inheritance of faith to become a god, so the power of faith lingering around him could not be used at all. Of course, he was not willing to give up. He tried to use the power of the will, the power of the black dragon, the power of laws, and various other methods, but he could not use the power of faith around him at all. David was very helpless. The opportunity to improve himself was right next to him, but he could not use it. For the whole night, David kept trying. The black dragon Alexis did not study the power of faith, so it could not do anything in this regard. In the morning, David washed up and went to the command room. As soon as he entered, he saw the knight of the Dexter Temple and the knight of the Nelson Temple talking to General Francis. Knight of the Dexter Temple, knight of the Nelson Temple, good morning. What brings you two here today? David smiled and waved. This was the command center of the Federation, so he did not use the complicated etiquette of nobles in the great world of God. This reminded him of the feeling he had when he was in the Interstellar Federation. He could be so relaxed, but the two level 5 knight of the Holy Temple were not relaxed. The knight of the Dexter Temple and the knight of the Nelson Temple bowed at the same time. Greetings, Invincible Knight, Lord Arthur. Congratulations on obtaining the title of Invincible Knight. You know it too. David smiled and bowed back. Of course, it's not just us. I believe that the name of Invincible Knight will spread throughout the great world of God today. You will become the new idol of knights. The knight of the Dexter Temple replied seriously. Only now did David realize that he had underestimated the use of the title of Invincible Knight. It seemed that the title did not only provide him with the power of faith. Looking at the attitude of the knight of the Dexter Temple and the knight of the Nelson Temple, it was clear that the two level 5 knights of the knight of the Holy Temple placed great importance on the title of knight. It's not just the great world of God. Lord Arthur is also the pride of the Federation. His story has spread far and wide within the Federation. The title of Invincible Knight will also spread far and wide within the Federation, Admiral Francis said with a smile. As the Interstellar Federation battleships entered the great world of God to participate in the war, the corresponding promotion was carried out on a large scale within the Federation. In order to promote the friendship between the Interstellar Federation and the great world of God, the special existence of Lord Arthur became the focus of the promotion. Lord Arthur grew up in the Interstellar Federation. It could be said that he was a member of the Federation. In just 2 short years, he became a level 5 knight of the great world of God, a top noble, a member of the Supreme Council, and a territory of 2 planets. Lord Arthur's achievements spread across the Federation in a short period of time. This kind of inspirational story, coupled with a need for promotion during the war, spread far and wide. Since you're here, don't go back in the morning. Let's have lunch together at noon. I have a lot of prepared food here, David said with a smile to the 2 level 5 knight of the Holy Temple. He then turned to Admiral Francis and said, "You can join us if you have time." The Dexter Temple Knight and the Nelson Temple Knight's eyes lit up at the same time as they quickly responded with a smile. "Then we won't stand on ceremony. I've heard the Grand Marshal mention your cooking before. He said that no one in the Federation can compare to your cooking. Today, I must have a good taste of it," Admiral Francis said. In the circle of nobles in the great world of God, there were probably very few people who did not know about David's cooking ability. In the Interstellar Federation, only Grand Marshal Andre and very few people had seen David's cooking. This reputation was only spread among the upper echelons of the federal military. Nothing happened in the morning, so everyone enjoyed lunch to their heart's content. Being able to enjoy such delicious food before the war, even the war became relaxed. After lunch, the Dexter Temple Knight and the Nelson Temple Knight returned to their combat positions in space, while David and Admiral Francis returned to the command room. As soon as they entered the command room, the intelligence officer came to report. The front line has sent back the latest video. Admiral Francis' expression turned serious. He knew how much the military had invested in obtaining the video of the space gate. Just the unmanned reconnaissance vehicles alone had been sent out in the tens of thousands. Coupled with all kinds of auxiliary equipment, it was almost as if the military would replace one destroyed by the insectoids. They were pushing towards the space gate through multiple routes regardless of cost. The video obtained this time was taken remotely. It only lasted for 10 seconds before the reconnaissance vehicle was destroyed. Admiral Francis tapped on the big screen in the middle a few times, and the image of the reconnaissance vehicle appeared on the screen. In space, under the illumination of the light from the space gate, coupled with the optical enhancement of the reconnaissance vehicle itself, the image was very clear. Countless insectoids were quietly floating in space. The strange thing was that their heads were all facing the same direction. This was very easy to tell from the image. In the direction where all the insectoid heads were gathered, there was an extremely large insectoid. How is this possible? How could a body like this pass through the space gate? David couldn't help but ask when he saw the size of the insectoid. It had to be known that although some insectoids were born with the ability to transport, such as the sonic steel beetle, these insectoids couldn't pass through the space gate once their space was opened. Thus, a space gate with a diameter of 20 meters could only allow an insectoid of 20 meters to pass through. Judging from the height of the insectoids beside this huge insectoid, it was at least 100 meters tall. Judging by the size of the insectoid's body, this insectoid's strength was most likely above level 5. Admiral Francis also understood the strength of this insectoid. His heart sank. Would they be able to defend against such an insectoid attacking the defensive line? Lord Arthur, I wonder if you have the confidence to deal with this insectoid? Admiral Francis turned to ask David. Admiral Francis didn't even need to ask the Dexter Temple Knight and the Nelson Temple Knight. The two level 5 Temple Knights could only deal with one level 5 insectoid together. This insectoid was obviously stronger, so it wasn't something they could deal with. I'm not sure. This insectoid is very strong. Can you make a copy of this video for me to study? David shook his head and asked. Of course, if it can help you. Then the investigation team's efforts weren't wasted. Admiral Francis didn't hesitate to make a copy of the video for David. In any case, if the long-range main cannons didn't work, then the only one who could deal with such a powerful insectoid would be Lord Arthur. David took out an identity bracelet. This was the one he used when he went to the Interstellar Federation. Now that he was in the Federation's army, some of its functions have been reactivated. After receiving the video with the identity bracelet, David walked to the side and found a quiet place to sit down. He turned on the screen of the identity bracelet and played the video. He played the video as normal and zoomed in to check some details. This video was taken by a military reconnaissance device. Even though it was very far away, it didn't affect the accuracy of the video. When David zoomed in to check the details of the gigantic insectoid's body, he could still see it very clearly. Black Dragon Alexis, who was sitting on David's shoulder, twisted its body and watched the video with David. Lord Arthur, this insectoid has reached the legendary rank. Black Dragon Alexis said with certainty through the master-servant contract after just a glance. How did such a huge body appear here? David asked as he examined the video. Didn't you notice that this legendary insectoid wasn't suppressed by the laws of the world? Black Dragon Alexis reminded. David immediately zoomed in on a few parts of the legendary insectoid's body to verify what the Black Dragon Alexis said. It wasn't that he didn't believe the Black Dragon Alexis. With the Black Dragon Alexis' strength, it was impossible for it to be wrong in determining the strength of a legendary. However, this was a rare learning opportunity. He couldn't always rely on the Black Dragon Alexis. He had to find evidence that this was a legendary insectoid through his own methods. As expected, these teeth and claws are almost dark gold. David said as he pointed at a few parts of the video. Chapter 959. On the screen of the identity bracelet, David and the Black Dragon Alexis were both observing the huge legendary level Zerg. This legendary level Zerg should have started to evolve after reaching the great world of God. I wonder how much it took to evolve into a Zerg. The Black Dragon Alexis lamented. Although the way of cultivation was different, the Black Dragon Alexis experience told him that even if it was only a step away from level 5 to legendary level, it was not easy to evolve into a legendary level. The evolution of the legendary level was very special, and there were many conditions involved. Even David, who had a shadow attendant, had to constantly absorb soul energy for a long time before his soul could advance to the legendary level. His body was still a distance away from the legendary level. The Black Dragon Alexis could tell from the image that the legendary level Zerg's strength was not only stable at the legendary level, but was also constantly improving. Even in the past, the giant dragon clan had to consume rare treasures of heaven and earth to achieve this. Such treasures of heaven and earth were also incomparably precious in the giant dragon clan. At least, they would not use them unless it was extremely important. Hence, the Black Dragon Alexis guessed that it was the same for the Zergs. They must have consumed some unknown treasures of heaven and earth to allow this legendary level Zerg to evolve so quickly. That's not right. Why do I feel like these Zergs aren't resting? Instead, they seem to be, David said as he adjusted the image to show a close-up of the Zergs. Praying, David and the Black Dragon Alexis said at the same time. Although they could not sense the existence of the power of faith through the image, the posture of these Zergs made them feel as if they were devout believers praying to their Lord. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. The Black Dragon Alexis murmured. Alexis, what did you see? David asked curiously when he saw the Black Dragon Alexis' huge reaction. Given the Black Dragon Alexis's experience, he should not be moved by most things. Why was he so shocked when he saw the behavior of these Zergs? The insectoids are creating a god, Black Dragon Alexis said in a deep voice. Creating a god? David was shocked. Black Dragon Alexis nodded and said, Yes, look at this video. Every Zerg that passes through the portal will fly to the side and stop. They will then start praying to the legendary level Zerg. The legendary level Zerg doesn't need the power of faith. They only need the power of faith to advance from the legendary level to the demigod level. I don't think the Zerg would do that unless they wanted to create a god. David's eyes flickered as he looked at the legendary rank insectoids standing near the spatial gate. Alexis, if we encounter that Zerg god tier expert at the spatial portal, can you stop him? David turned to look at the Black Dragon Alexis on his shoulder and asked seriously, No problem. But if I use my true form in the great world of God, I will be discovered by the shrines. Black Dragon Alexis reminded. Even if the shrines discover a god-tier aura at the spatial portal, they will only think that it is a Zerg god-tier expert. David's eyes flashed with hesitation, but he quickly said with determination, I also want to test the combat power of a Zerg god-tier expert. It has been a long time since I fought with my full strength. Black Dragon Alexis's eyes flashed with excitement as he said in a deep voice. Ever since he woke up, the Black Dragon Alexis had not displayed his full strength. He had always been in his shrunken cat form. For the Black Dragon Alexis who loved to fight, this was a serious restriction. However, for his own sake, and also for his master, David, he had to hide his combat power. After David decided to let the Black Dragon Alexis fight, he did not consider the combat power of the Zergs, nor did he worry about the threat of a legendary rank insectoid. Perhaps for the Black Dragon Alexis, the only threat was the Zerg god-tier expert with one leg exposed. When David was ready to move, he sensed that the other 13 level 5 Holy Knight clones had all received a mission briefing. Strangely, there was no news on his communication circle. His mind entered Lord Harlow's soul. Due to the change in Lord Harlow's identity, the living conditions had also changed. Lord Harlow had a single Lord tier tent, which did not require Lord Harlow to prepare himself. He was here to participate in the war, and all consumption was covered by the shrines. In the past, when Lord Harlow was still a level 5 Holy Knight, he only needed to provide an ordinary tent and food. However, after Harlow became the Overlord, he had to consider the dignity of the Overlord. It was precisely because of the different treatment one would receive due to one's status that the knights crazily performed meritorious deeds in exchange for higher titles. Even if Lord Harlow did not want it, he had to accept all the preferential treatment provided by the shrines. This was a reflection of his status, and also the dignity that a top noble should have. In order to better protect Chairman Gould, Lord Harlow's tent was next to Chairman Gould's tent. There were also 12 smaller noble tents, which are the tents of the other 12 level 5 Holy Knights of David. These tents protected Chairman Gould's tent, and there were more tents outside, including Lord's and Holy Knights' tents. These tents formed a group of forces. Under normal circumstances, the shrines would definitely not want to see the chairman of the Supreme Council grow in power. This group of forces was unprecedentedly large, and almost 2/3 of the top nobles and 80% of the Holy Knights. However, during such a time of war, the shrines hoped that Chairman Gould would have a higher prestige so that the shrine's orders could be completely carried out. David's mind used Lord Harlow's soul to scan the situation outside, and then stopped paying attention. The more Chairman Gould's position was consolidated, the better he would be taken care of. Lord Harlow opened his new Lord-level communication array and saw the latest mission inside. War mission. Mission details. Go to the chaotic star field and use the sealing artifact to seal the space door. Mission requirements. The person who accepts the mission must have strength recognized by the shrines. Mission rewards. 1. Territory of 2 habitable planets. 2. 20 merits. 3. A level 5 mental attack that comes with the hallucination technique. David looked at the mission and couldn't help but shake his head gently. When he saw the 3rd reward, he knew that this mission was probably meant for him. It was because the entire great world of God's Night had the hallucination technique, which was a mental cultivation method that very few shrines learned. Apart from David, he had never heard of any knight who was not a shrine who had mastered it. Judging from the fact that this mission was not sent to his Lord-level communication array, he knew that Chairman Gould had blocked it for him. David had repaid Chairman Gould's kindness, and Chairman Gould had also repaid David's kindness. A smile appeared on David's face. He felt that he finally had a trustworthy friend in the great world of God. Chairman Gould was able to block the shrine's orders, which was enough to show the importance of this friendship. Lord Harlow stood up, and under the bow of many servants, he left his Lord-level tent. Within a few steps, it was Chairman Gould's tent. When he came to the tent, Stewart Hayes of the main family was already standing in front of the door waiting. Greetings to the great Lord Harlow. The master asked you to go in directly. Stewart Hayes bowed and said. Stewart Hayes was the chief steward of the main family and Chairman Gould's most trusted steward. With the rise of Chairman Gould's status, his status also rose in a straight line. However, Stewart Hayes was extremely respectful to Lord Harlow. He was a staunch supporter of Chairman Gould and also a subordinate of Lord Arthur. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were close friends of life and death. Just like now, when Lord Harlow came to visit, Chairman Gould, who was in the chairman's tent, could immediately sense this movement. If it was someone else, Chairman Gould would be reserved and let the visitor go through the motions and then be let in by the steward. However, Lord Harlow did not have this process. He was immediately invited in when he arrived at the door. If it weren't for the fact that Chairman Gould was worried about the bad influence, he would have been prepared to welcome him in person. Lord Harlow, what's the matter? Chairman Gould asked when he saw Lord Harlow walk in and invited him to sit down. Without any instructions, Housekeeper Hayes delivered the main family's top-notch hospitality. Chairman Gould, my lord saw the mission issued by the Supreme Council, so I came to consult you. Lord Harlow thanked Stewart Hayes with a smile, and then said to Chairman Gould. Even if Chairman Gould had enough confidence in Lord Harlow, he didn't think that Lord Harlow would betray Lord Arthur because of his new identity. However, after hearing Lord Harlow address him as my lord, he still felt relieved. In such a public occasion, Lord Harlow used such an address to place himself as Lord Arthur's subordinate. Lord Harlow, I originally didn't want Lord Arthur to know about this mission, but since he knows, I'll explain it. This mission was issued by the Shrines, and when it was proposed to me, it was targeted. The Shrines want Lord Arthur to accept this mission. However, this mission is too dangerous. I believe that with Lord Arthur's strength, it won't take long for him to exchange for the rewards through merit points. There's no need to risk his life for it. Chairman Gould sighed helplessly when he heard Lord Harlow's words. I thank you for your care on behalf of my lord. My lord sent me a message that my lord wants to accept this mission, but my lord is on the Guardian planet, and I'm afraid he can't return to Tula to retrieve this sealing artifact. Lord Harlow said with a bow, There's no need for that. Since Lord Arthur has this idea, I believe he has considered it carefully. I don't need to remind him of the danger. As for the sealing artifact, this will require the Shrines to operate. Chairman Gould didn't try to persuade him anymore. Currently, Lord Arthur was even more powerful than Chairman Gould. Chairman Gould could only make suggestions about the choices of the strong. He couldn't do much to persuade Arthur. Also, the Interstellar Federation has detected a legendary Zerg among the Zergs. Please be careful, Lord Harlow said. David didn't intend to hide this information. This was information discovered by the Interstellar Federation. Both sides had the same goal, so sharing information was inevitable. As the link between the great world of God and the Interstellar Federation, he naturally needed to exchange information between both sides. What? Chairman Gould's expression changed, and he stood up abruptly. Chairman Gould naturally knew what the legendary rank was. In order to become a legendary, he and 4 of his best friends went to slay gods, and in the end, all 4 of them died. In the great world of God, many knights had never heard of the legendary rank, and they didn't know how powerful the legendary rank was. Only a few top nobles with a strong foundation had recorded information about the legendary rank in their family inheritance. The legendary rank was the last stage of level 5, and it was also the preparation for the divine rank. At this stage, one step was on the threshold of becoming a god. It was the lifelong dream of a level 5 temple knight like Chairman Gould. The Interstellar Federation found out first. In the great world of God, we are not even as good as the Interstellar Federation. What a great shame. Chairman Gould quickly recovered, but he thought of another aspect of the matter and said in a deep voice. Lord Harlow didn't answer. In his position, it was really difficult to answer this sentence. I'll go to the Shrines. I'll handle the matter of Lord Arthur accepting the mission. Chairman Gould stood up and said. Lord Harlow bowed and left, and Chairman Gould happened to see him out. David didn't have to wait for long before his Lord-level communication circle vibrated. It was from Bishop McKinley of the War Shrines. Lord Arthur, you have accepted the mission of sealing the portal. On behalf of the Shrines, I thank you for your efforts. Whether the mission is successful or not, you must pay attention to your own safety. We don't want you, the invincible knight, to fall accidentally. Bishop McKinley pointed out the Shrine's attitude. The Shrines didn't want to sacrifice Lord Arthur, but they thought that Lord Arthur was the most likely knight to complete the mission. This was an analysis based on Lord Arthur's past achievements, especially the divine weapon Dark Shadow that Lord Arthur was wearing, which had the ability of invisibility. In an environment of space, the divine weapon Dark Shadow was very useful. In that kind of gloomy void, there was no need to worry about the loss of invisibility. Of course, there was still danger. The Zergs had too many strange innate abilities, and it was very likely that they could discover Lord Arthur, who was invisible in the shadow space. In the opinion of the 5 Shrines, if there was danger, they still hoped that Lord Arthur would be able to escape in time. If the invincible knight, Lord Arthur, fell in the hands of the Zergs, it was very likely that it would be a huge blow to the already low morale. It must be known that Lord Arthur's reputation among the knight was brought about by his victories. Terrifying enemies who had dominated for thousands of years fell in his hands. If such an invincible existence was also defeated, it would be a fatal blow to the morale of the knight. Chapter 960. David said with a smile, I'm pretty sure I can escape. I believe you. You've escaped from certain death countless times. Bishop McKinley said with a laugh. Bishop McKinley was thinking about the battle of gods. Lord Arthur was sent flying into the small world by the god of plague Gladstone. At that moment, he thought Lord Arthur was dead for sure. Who would have thought that Lord Arthur would survive such a blow? Since then, Bishop McKinley didn't believe that anyone could kill Lord Arthur, who in the great world of God could unleash a blow as powerful as the god of plague Gladstone's. That was a full-powered blow from a god's body. That blow could destroy dozens of level 5 night-night battle formations. It seems like you're more confident than I am. David couldn't help but laugh. He then asked, then how did the sealing artifact get into my hands? Your Lord-level communication circle has the function of long-distance teleportation of small items. However, the use of teleportation circles has been blocked in the star field of chaos. I'll now open the teleportation restriction on your Lord-level communication circle for you. You can use it to teleport small items as you wish. Bishop McKinley explained with a smile. The reason why the star field of chaos was sealed was to prevent the Zergs from obtaining the space coordinates of the teleportation circle. Once the space coordinates were exposed, the Zergs, who had the gift of space, would use the coordinates to open a long-distance space connection. It wasn't just the great world of God that paid attention to this. In the Interstellar Federation's war zone, other than the military space portals that were tightly sealed by the military, there were only a few small personal portals. David activated the long-distance teleportation circle on his Lord-level communication circle. The faint light of teleportation flickered, as if it was about to go out at any time. However, soon, it seemed to be affected by some kind of power. The light of teleportation stabilized and slowly strengthened until it met the requirements of teleportation. Just as he was looking at his Lord-class communication magic circle, the light suddenly flashed. When it dimmed again, a golden sign appeared in front of him. Lord Arthur, this sealing artifact still needs to recognize you as its master before you can use it. After activating it once, it needs to absorb energy again before it can be activated again. Therefore, if you fail to seal it, you can only try again after 10 days. This sealing artifact is also a mission reward. After it recognizes you as its master, you will naturally learn how to use it. Bishop McKinley explained to David. David was surprised that the shrines would be so generous. Any item that could be called a divine artifact would not be cheap, because divine artifacts were made by gods. David used his mind to come in contact with the sealing artifact and discovered that it had indeed never been recognized as a master, or perhaps its previous master had given up on it. He thought that he was very familiar with divine artifacts. Plus, this divine artifact was completely open, so he scanned it with his mind and entered the pattern of recognition. A wave of information entered David's mind during the process of recognizing him as its master. He understood the function of the sealing artifact and how to use it. The function of the sealing artifact was very simple, which was to seal the space gap. The reason why it needed to use divine artifact materials was because only divine artifact materials could activate 10,000 sealing runes at the same time. David guessed that this sealing artifact was most likely made by some god, and it was made for the space door in the astral chaos. If it weren't for the space door, this sealing artifact would not have been worth the cost of using divine artifact materials and being personally made by a god. Other than sealing the space door, the sealing artifact was used to seal the space door. But with David's alchemy grandmaster level, why would he need this sealing artifact to seal any space door? Not to mention that this sealing artifact needed 10 days to fully recharge after one use. David put away the sealing artifact. It was still a divine artifact, so he was very curious about the sealing runes inside. David came to the command room and said to Francis, "Admiral Francis, I found something in the surveillance image. I need to go to the space door." He was now the representative of the great world of God in the Interstellar Federation fleet. If he needed to leave, he naturally had to explain it to the federal military. "Lord Arthur, the space door is very dangerous. Please be careful if you go alone. Also, you can take a surveillance ship. We have set up a traction system in a safe area away from the space door. It can speed up your arrival. General Francis didn't try to persuade David either. Instead, he suggested that David go there as soon as possible. Thank you very much. David smiled and accepted Francis's kindness. The so-called traction system referred to a spaceship that was set up at regular intervals in space. The spaceship would be pulled at the same frequency as the spaceship. With the spaceship's own speed, the spaceship could reach twice its original speed. It would only take 10 hours to reach the safe area closest to the space door. David could only summon the sonic iron beetle if he wanted to. David would not dare summon the sonic iron beetle in the star field of chaos, where there were scanning devices everywhere, unless he was crazy. If he summoned the sonic iron beetle, what awaited him would be the military's long-range main cannon. Lord Arthur, I hope you can come back quickly, Francis said as he sent David out of the command room. Lord Arthur was the invincible knight, recognized by the shrines of the great world of God. In other words, other than the great world of God, Lord Arthur was the strongest person in the great world of God. Having such a strong person on the Guardian planet was very beneficial to the federal military. At least in close combat, with Lord Arthur around, they would not have to worry about the level 5 insectoids. I will return as soon as possible, David promised. He had no interest in going to Tula. There were 5 large shrines there, surrounding the main city of Tula. He was afraid of getting close to the shrines, so he did not dare to go there. David was transported by a landing ship to a small surveillance ship in the space fleet. As soon as David entered the small surveillance ship, he heard the soft voices of a few Federation soldiers. This is the invincible knight, Lord Arthur. He is truly invincible. Their voices were filled with excitement, as if they were fans who had met a celebrity. Although their voices were soft, the small surveillance ship was only a few dozen meters long. David's mind power could cover 80 kilometers. At this distance, no sound could escape his detection. David did not care about the discussions. He was guided by an officer to a simple seat. Lord Arthur, please fasten your seatbelt. We are about to depart. The officer reminded him with a smile. Thank you, but I don't need it, David replied with a smile. The officer then remembered the strength of the person in front of him and did not remind him again. In fact, because the small surveillance ship was going to be towed, its speed would be very unstable. The military regulations required that the seatbelt be fastened before the officer reminded him. David did not have the time to think about this. He felt very strange. Alexis, do you feel anything strange? David asked the Black Dragon Alexis through the master-servant contract. The Black Dragon Alexis noticed the abnormality that David mentioned and replied, Your believers are on this warship, and their faith is very firm. David shook his head. He did not like this feeling of not being able to control. He could clearly sense the power of faith, but he could not even detect the source of the power of faith. In the past, it was understandable that the source of the power of faith was extremely far away. However, today, the Black Dragon Alexis had clearly told him that his believers were on this warship. He still could not sense the specific source of the faith. Although it was somewhat impolite, David still strengthened his mind power. This allowed him to sense the expressions and mental activities of all the soldiers on the warship. Soon, he understood where the source of the faith came from. This was because when he sensed these soldiers, he realized that more than half of them were more or less discussing him. Because the title of Invincible Knight had spread throughout the Federation fleet, and the title of Invincible Knight was recognized by the shrines and the rules of the world, when the soldiers began to worship the Invincible Knight, Lord Arthur, they would also produce some power of faith. The reason why the title of Invincible Knight could spread so quickly in the military was thanks to General Francis. In order to promote Lord Arthur's strength, General Francis had arranged for the publicity department to do a lot of publicity work as soon as he knew that Lord Arthur had received the title of Invincible Knight. Before this, the first batch of soldiers who came with the warship had seen the Guardian planet covered in insect corpses. Those were all killed by Lord Arthur alone. At that time, their worship of Lord Arthur had reached its peak. It was easier for soldiers to worship the strong, not to mention Lord Arthur, who was born in the Federation. This special identity made it easier for the soldiers of the Federation to accept Lord Arthur. Although David had determined the source of the faith, he could not do anything about it. Why did he want to go to the portal? It was not for the great world of God, nor was it for the Federation. He was only doing it for himself. This was because David saw that the legendary Zerg was absorbing the power of faith. That meant that the legendary Zerg must have the inheritance of faith to become a god. Although the chances of the Shadow Attendant obtaining the inheritance of faith from the legendary Zerg soul by killing it were not high, it was still a rare opportunity. David did not want to let go of this opportunity. Besides, after spending so much time with the Shadow Attendant, he actually found out the pattern of the Shadow Attendant obtaining knowledge from the soul to a certain extent. The Shadow Attendant would automatically determine his greatest need. If the Zerg soul did not have the knowledge it needed, it would choose the most powerful knowledge. David was constantly transmitting to the Shadow Attendant in his mind. He wanted to obtain the inheritance of the legendary Zerg's faith to become a god. He wanted to use this method to increase the chances of obtaining the knowledge he needed. Of course, the level of the inheritance of faith to become a god was too high. David was not confident that the Shadow Attendant could obtain it from the soul of the legendary Zerg. The Shadow Attendant might not have a problem extracting normal talent abilities, but it was a little difficult to say when it came to the content of the gods. As David was thinking, the small scout ship suddenly accelerated, forcibly accelerating from a static state, and accelerated to the limit in just a few seconds without any buffer. At the same time, the first node in the distance had been generated, which made the small scout ship accelerate again. The huge inertia made all the soldiers on the small scout ship involuntarily pressed back in their seats. The soldiers here were all wearing exoskeleton armors, but even so, they were still affected by the huge inertia. At this time, the soldiers in the same cabin as David found that Lord Arthur seemed to be thinking about something. Such a huge inertia did not affect him at all. Lord Arthur's body was still in a relaxed state. Except for the gray robe on his body, there was no protection. He was leisurely in the huge inertia. So strong. The soldiers sighed in their hearts. In fact, if there were other level 5 knight of the Holy Temple here, they would also be affected by the inertia. Although they would not be pressed into their seats, they would definitely not be as relaxed as David. Perhaps even David did not realize one thing. When the rule of inertia was applied to him, it was exempted by the stronger rule of strength in his body. Although David could not use the rule of strength to actively affect the main world, when the minuscule rule of strength in the main world wanted to act on him, it would be affected by the rule of strength. Thus, inertia appeared to have lost its effect on him. At this time, the soldiers found another thing, and that was that the strange pet-like creature on Lord Arthur's shoulder also did not react to the huge inertia. The principle was the same. David was affected by the rule of strength, and the Black Dragon Alexis was affected by the rule of strength of the Black Dragon. This little bit of inertia had no effect on the Black Dragon Alexis at all. After the first traction node ended, before the second traction node was activated, the speed of the small scout ship suddenly dropped, and all the soldiers rushed forward together. David and the Black Dragon Alexis were still sitting there leisurely and did not notice this change at all. Under the constant traction, the small scout ship sailed at an unstable speed. Unfortunately, traction technology could only be used for military purposes. There were too many involved, and the cost and instability determined that it could not be used for civilian use. Only Kaji could withstand the power produced by traction technology. Lord Arthur, the end is in front. We can only stop here. After the last traction node ended, the officer unfastened his seatbelt and said to David. Chapter 961. David flew out of the small scout ship's hatch. He couldn't see anything in front of him. This was a safe zone, so of course, it was far enough away from the insectoids' gathering point. He knew that his strength was enough to attract the attention of the insectoids, so he summoned the silver pterosaur as soon as he flew out of the hatch. The silver pterosaur activated its invisibility ability, and he and the silver pterosaur disappeared together. Captain, Lord Arthur disappeared. The soldier in charge of the scanning device looked at the device in front of him in disbelief and reported. This was the Federation's most advanced scanning device. It could cover up to 1,000 kilometers, and as soon as Lord Arthur went out, the device lost its target. Stay at your post. Don't mention Lord Arthur again, the officer ordered in a deep voice. He was also shocked, but this operation was specially arranged by General Francis. It was a highly confidential mission, and, as a soldier, he had to pay attention to confidentiality. He couldn't ask about things that he shouldn't ask about. David sat on the back of the silver pterosaur. The invisibility ability of the silver pterosaur was very convenient, so he didn't use the divine weapon Dark Shadow. Although the silver pterosaur's flying speed was very fast, it still took almost an hour to find the target in this space environment. When David saw the densely packed insectoids, he couldn't help but sigh at the size of the insectoids. Whether it was the great world of God or the Interstellar Federation, it would be very difficult for them to mobilize such a large force in such a short time. During this time, the number of insectoids in space had exceeded 5 billion. This number made David's scalp tingle. This was because he was about to enter the center of these 5 billion insectoids. Even if these insectoids didn't pose much of a threat to him, this scale was enough to make him feel scared. David lightly patted the silver pterosaur. The silver pterosaur didn't think as much as he did, and after receiving the order, it quietly entered the area where the insectoids were gathered. The silver pterosaur passed through the insectoids. Some of the insectoids were very close to each other, so the silver pterosaur had to constantly change its direction to find a more suitable route. Fortunately, the 5 billion insectoids were very quiet. They were all praying in the same direction. This gave David a clear indication of the location of the legendary arachnid. Otherwise, with 5 billion arachnids surrounding it, it would be troublesome to locate it. David saw many zergs that he had never seen before. He could not help but turn on the camera function on his ID bracelet. Although the ID bracelet did not have the ability to connect to Skynet in the great world of God, after the federal military opened up the function for him, the normal function could still be used, and it was legal to use. It wasn't that he didn't have other identity bracelets in his dimensional pendant, but those identity bracelets were used for various identities. Now that the Federation's army was nearby, there were countless signal scanners. If he used those identity bracelets here, his identity would inevitably be exposed. It was a legitimate ID bracelet, and Lord Arthur's identity could be used at will. David believed that after returning this time, he could increase the number of species of insectoids by hundreds and update the current knowledge of insectoids in the great world of God and the Interstellar Federation. It was unexpectedly smooth. David could not believe that he had passed through the 5 billion arachnids without any of them noticing his arrival. He could already see the legendary arachnid from where he was. Its height of 100 meters and its huge body showed everyone that it was different from the rest. The legendary arachnid was very close to the portal, and the portal was very busy, with arachnids constantly pouring out. These arachnids quietly flew to the side and then began to pray to the legendary arachnid. It was estimated that if this legendary arachnid was given some time, when a number of arachnids exceeded 10 billion, the legendary arachnid would receive a huge amount of faith power every second. Just as David was observing the situation, the black dragon Alexis suddenly reminded, "Lord Arthur, there's a god-tier existence behind the portal. You must be careful." David glanced at the portal. He did not know how the black dragon Alexis discovered it, but he believed in the black dragon Alexis's words. However, at this moment, after glancing at the portal, he immediately returned his attention to the legendary arachnid. At this distance, he could clearly sense the faith power lingering around the legendary arachnid. The amount of faith power was far beyond his imagination. If the faith power lingering around David was a small stream, then the faith power around the legendary arachnid was an ocean. Could this be the confidence of the arachnid to create a god? David thought in his heart. His eyes flashed. He took the risk to come here, and his goal was this legendary arachnid. He wanted to get what he wanted from this legendary arachnid. "Alexis, Can your main body kill this legendary arachnid in one breath's time? David asked the black dragon Alexis. No problem, but there are too many arachnids here, and I have to split my attention to deal with the god-tier arachnid outside the portal. I can sense too many strange innate abilities, so we have to retreat in 5 breaths' time at most. Otherwise, we may not be able to guarantee your safety 100%. The black dragon Alexis said worriedly. Dealing with a legendary arachnid, and a newly promoted one at that, was just a casual matter for the black dragon Alexis. The 5 billion arachnids and the god-tier arachnid outside the portal were the real problem. Let's talk about the 5 billion arachnids first. The black dragon Alexis could sense many types of special innate abilities. With so many special innate abilities, with the black dragon Alexis' strong defense, there was no need to worry. However, David's body could not guarantee that it would be able to withstand these attacks. Moreover, there were 5 billion arachnids. 5 billion crazy arachnids. As long as one arachnid bit, even a level 5 armor would not be able to withstand so many attacks. At that time, with countless innate abilities attacking at once, it was hard to say what the consequences would be. The god-tier arachnid outside the portal had defeated the god of war. Although the god of war could only use a limited amount of power at that time, the result of this battle showed how strong his combat power was. If the black dragon Alexis was at its peak, it would not have cared about these enemies at all. However, its soul was now heavily injured, and with David as a burden, it had to consider David's safety. Kill the invincible legendary arachnid in 1 breath's time. Stuff the corpse into my portal pendant, and then shrink your body. You don't have to worry about anything else. David ordered in a deep voice. Yes, Lord Arthur. The black dragon Alexis did not argue. As long as David was in danger, it would definitely step in. David took out the sealing artifact. In fact, when the black dragon Alexis said that there was a god-tier arachnid guarding the portal, he knew that the shrine's mission was impossible to complete. The arachnids had discovered this portal that was directly connected to the great world of God. How could they not consider the possibility of it being sealed? David took out the sealing artifact at this time, not because he wanted to seal the portal, but because he wanted the arachnid to be occupied. The silver pterosaur continued to fly forward. When it was about to approach the portal and the legendary arachnid, the level 5 arachnid, space giant beetle, suddenly opened its eyes and looked in David's direction. At the same time, 2 other level 5 arachnids and more than 10 level 4 arachnids did the same thing behind the space giant beetle. Without thinking too much, David knew that his whereabouts had been exposed. The silver pterosaur had also reached a sufficient distance. Its instantaneous movement talent was activated. The silver pterosaur's body flashed and directly appeared in front of the arachnids. The sealing artifact in David's hand that had been activated long ago shot out a golden light towards the portal. Within the golden light, one could vaguely see countless sealing runes flashing. Just as the golden light approached the portal, a thick leg stretched out of the portal and went towards the golden light. The thick legs didn't seem to be very fast, but when the golden light landed in front of the spatial door, it intercepted the golden light. The golden light exploded, dispersing into countless sealing runes. These sealing runes continued to fly towards the spatial door. Terrifying energy flashed on the thick leg, and the sealing runes disappeared one by one. Just as David activated the sealing artifact, the black dragon Alexis also moved. A body the size of a small mountain appeared and forcibly pushed away all the arachnids nearby. The black dragon Alexis knew that it had very little time. It only had one target, and that was the legendary arachnids. This was David's order. The black dragon Alexis split some of its attention to watch over David's safety, while it reached out its dragon claws to grab the legendary arachnids. As soon as the black dragon Alexis appeared, its god-level aura swept across space, causing the arachnids that wanted to attack because of David's sudden appearance to stop abruptly. Although the legendary arachnids were hundreds of meters tall, they were still like little brothers in front of the black dragon Alexis. The legendary arachnid's adaptability was very strong. They were only affected by the god-level aura of the black dragon Alexis for a moment before recovering. However, when the legendary arachnid recovered, it could only clearly sense the process of its death. To be honest, to let the black dragon Alexis kill the legendary arachnid with all its might was extremely unfair to the legendary arachnid. Even until its death, the legendary arachnid did not understand what made it worth a god-level powerhouse to ambush it. The legendary arachnid also did not understand when a god-level powerhouse could be so shameless. Even a god-level arachnid would not ambush a low-level target. This was not the demeanor a god-level powerhouse should have, no matter how the legendary arachnid thought about it. The Black Dragon Alexis had been imprisoned by the Grim Reaper for tens of thousands of years, and had also been tortured for tens of thousands of years. Later on, it had signed a master-servant contract with David. The Black Dragon Alexis reached out its dragon claw and grabbed the legendary arachnid's neck like it was grabbing a chicken. With a slight force, it shattered the arachnid's heart. The Black Dragon Alexis still remembered David's order and killed the legendary arachnid in half a breath's time. It then used the last breath to put the legendary arachnid's corpse into David's dimensional pendant. The shadow attendant also used this opportunity to absorb the legendary arachnid's soul. After David activated the sealing artifact, he did not stay idle. He activated the plague innate ability, and at the same time opened his mouth to release the dragon's roar innate ability. His 101 soul doppelgangers each shot out countless mutated lightning. He did not have to worry about accidentally injuring the Black Dragon Alexis. His attacks were nothing more than tickles to the Black Dragon Alexis. Of course, David did not want to use these innate abilities to fight against the 5 billion arachnids around him. The plague innate ability was activated, and it turned into a cloud of black fog that covered an area of 80 kilometers. The dragon's roar of the dragon's roar also shocked most of the arachnids for a short period of time. The mutated lightning caused the entire battlefield to be filled with flashes of lightning, confusing the arachnid's judgment. David put the shrunken black dragon Alexis into the dimensional token. He activated the lightning body and turned into one of the many flashes of lightning. Everything happened so fast that the arachnids were not prepared for the surprise attack at all. When the arachnid destroyed all the sealing runes of the sealing artifact, what they saw was chaos. The terrifying poison that was more than level 5 swept through the arachnids within 80 kilometers. There were not many arachnids who could resist it immediately. David turned into lightning and followed a group of flashes of lightning to escape the 80-kilometer range. After using the lightning body, he was no longer restrained by his body weight, and the speed log greatly increased his speed. Just when David felt that he should have escaped the attack range of the arachnid, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. The threat of death was coming. He had a feeling that his lightning body was not immune to this attack at all. He had two choices at this time. One was to summon the Black Dragon Alexis, but then both he and the Black Dragon Alexis would be in the attack range of the arachnid, and they would be surrounded by the arachnid. It would be a tough fight. The second choice was to forcefully take the attack of the arachnid and widen the distance between them. After that, he would summon the Black Dragon Alexis and let it take him away. By then, no arachnid would be able to catch up to them. Without much consideration, or perhaps due to his confidence in himself, David deactivated the lightning body and revealed his true form. A pair of white energy wings appeared on his back, completely protecting his body. David used the white energy wings to block the fatal attack of the god of plagues Gladstone. Now that he was much stronger than before, he believed that he could still survive the attack of the arachnid. Almost as soon as the white energy wings covered his body, a shockwave hit him. It was an attack from the thick leg that stretched out of the portal. It shot a beam of energy at David from afar. Chapter 962. David had overestimated his own abilities. He didn't know that in front of a true God-tier powerhouse, all of his concealment was a joke. Indeed, his tricks had confused the god-tier insectoid for half a breath. The god-tier insectoid thought he was still using his spatial powers to hide, but when he realized there were no spatial fluctuations, he scanned the area and discovered him. David thought he was being very careful. He even stopped the shadow attendant from absorbing the soul energy and locked the shadow attendant in his body. The god-tier insectoid was furious. If it was just the black dragon Alexis, the god-tier insectoid might have been able to accept it. However, David, who was just an ant in the god-tier's eyes, had provoked the god-tier insectoid and arrogantly abandoned the protection of the black dragon Alexis when he escaped. This made the god-tier insectoid feel humiliated. Of course, the god-tier insectoid was even more furious that a legendary insectoid had been killed. It was fine to kill a legendary insectoid, but the body of the legendary insectoid had to be recovered. Under normal circumstances, if a legendary insectoid was killed, as long as it was within the great world of God, the god-tier could retrieve the golden pattern. However, who would have thought that the black dragon Alexis would kill the legendary insectoid in one hit and put the body into the space pendant? The space pendant was a divine artifact to a certain extent. The god-tier insectoid couldn't retrieve anything from it, even if the golden pattern had a strong connection to the god-tier. Everything happened so quickly that the god-tier insectoid couldn't react in time. Originally, the golden pattern was given to the legendary insectoid to help it level up quickly. The true name of the golden pattern was the Royal Inheritance Pattern. The Royal Insectoid was also known as the god-tier in the human world. This Royal Inheritance Pattern belonged to the god-tier. After leaving the pattern, the god-tier insectoid would never be able to increase its strength. Its strength would even slowly decrease. The royal bloodline inheritance rune would only appear in insectoids with royal bloodline. However, the number of insectoids with royal bloodline was extremely rare. It would be hard for one to appear every 10,000 years. Moreover, not every insectoid with royal bloodline would have the royal bloodline inheritance rune. The probability of this was extremely low. Almost all the god-level bug tribe god-level had become god-level because of the royal inheritance rune. Currently, there are less than 10 royal inheritance runes in the bug tribe world, and some of them were in the growth stage. For example, the god-level bug clan's emperor inheritance rune. Due to the bug clan's god-level bug clan's development, the emperor inheritance rune could directly lead to the god level. After giving such an emperor inheritance rune to the level 5 Zerg from before, it would naturally allow that Zerg to continue to grow. Legendary was only the first step. Following that, there was a high possibility of becoming a demigod and god. The original plan was for the legendary level insectoids to rely on the Emperor Inheritance rune to continuously increase their strength. When the number of insectoids reached a certain level, they would launch an attack in all directions to buy time for the legendary level insectoids to grow. The Emperor Inheritance rune was too important, so the god-level insectoid would not leave it alone. Therefore, the god-level insectoid had been guarding outside the portal. If there was any problem, the god-level insectoid would either save the legendary level insectoid or take back the Emperor Inheritance rune. Once the Emperor Inheritance rune was taken back, without the support of the Emperor Inheritance rune, even if the insectoid reached god level, their strength would slowly regress. If it wasn't for a new world, the god-level insectoid would definitely not let the Emperor Inheritance rune leave his body. One must know that the insectoids were not a race that liked to help others. If it wasn't for a greater benefit, the god-level insectoid would definitely not take the risk. David had no idea what he had done, but it was definitely something that made the god-level insectoid hate him to the core. When the god-level insectoid saw that his attack had landed on David, he let out a long sigh of relief. At least the Emperor Inheritance rune would not be lost. However, what happened next made the god-level insectoid doubt his life. The shockwave from the god-level insectoid's angry attack was something that almost nothing could withstand. However, the shockwave from the god-level insectoid's angry attack did not cause any damage to the white energy feather wings. However, the powerful shockwave caused David, who was protected by the wings, to suffer heavy injuries. Many parts of his body were broken into pieces. David used the indestructible life force in his bones to heal himself while using the terrifying shockwave to fly into the distance. His body was like a bullet shooting through countless insectoids in a straight line. The insectoids in front of him all had their bodies pierced through. Even so, it did not slow him down at all. One must know that this was the driving force of the god-level insectoid's angry attack. In addition, David was using all his strength to control the white feather wings to increase his speed. This allowed him to reach an unprecedented speed. You can't escape. I've memorized your aura. No matter where you go, I'll find you. Before David's figure disappeared from the range of the god-level insectoid's senses, the insectoid sent a message to David. David curled his lips in disdain. He had seen many god-level powerhouses and had long since lost his respect for them. He did not care about the threat of the god-level insectoid at all. To be honest, the threat of the god-level insectoid was not even as great as the Grim Reaper. The god-level insectoid could not enter the great world of God at all. Even if they did, they would be restricted by the great world of God's laws, and their strength would be greatly reduced. It was hard to say whether the god-level insectoid would come looking for trouble with David, or if David would bring the black dragon Alexis to look for trouble with the god-level insectoid. David's direction of escape was very accurate. His target was the small scout ship. The small scout ship would wait for him there for a period of time. If it exceeded the time limit, it would not wait any longer. This was Admiral Francis's arrangement. It was also the Interstellar Federation's help that they could provide. Of course, Admiral Francis also hoped that this would allow David to quickly return to the Guardian Planet. The Guardian Planet needed David's help. It's Lord Arthur. Hurry up and open the hatch. The officer saw a figure appear in the distance. He then saw David in a sorry state and hurriedly gave the order. David was indeed in a bad state. The gray robe he was wearing was a divine artifact, so it was not damaged. However, his hair was messy, and there were red marks of blood flowing from his mouth, nose, ears, and eyes. It was obvious that David was in this state because he was severely injured. Return to the Guardian Planet immediately, David said in a deep voice as he sensed the god-level insectoids not far behind him. At this point, David did not need to say anything. The officer had already seen the data on the screen. Countless light dots appeared. Those were the god-level insectoids. If they did not leave soon, not only would they be killed by the god-level insectoids, they might even be accidentally hit by the long-range main cannon of the battleship. Turn on the tractor and return at full speed. The officer did not know how David had angered the god-level insectoids, but he knew that David had done something big. He ordered loudly. When the small scout warship began to accelerate, its speed steadily increasing and entering a state of extreme speed, David was finally able to relax. If he was given another chance, he would definitely not take a hit from a god-level insectoid with his body. David was only severely injured. Under the effect of the indestructible life force, it would not take long for him to recover. However, only he knew that his estimation was wrong. He thought that he was far enough away from the god-level insectoid that he could escape with light injuries at most. The power of the god-level insectoid was clearly beyond his imagination. Perhaps the god of plagues Gladstone was not even on the same level as the god-level insectoid. This kind of misjudgment was very dangerous. If David was even a little closer, his body would have been destroyed even with the protection of the white energy wings. Perhaps he would only be left with his bones and wings. These are not things that the god-level insectoid could damage. Lord Arthur, are you okay? The officer sat in his seat and endured the discomfort caused by the speed as he asked with concern. Just some minor injuries. It's not a big deal. David smiled at the officer and replied. The officer saw that David's face was slowly recovering. Seeing that David did not look like he was severely injured, he was relieved. At this time, David released the Black Dragon Alexis from the space card. The Black Dragon Alexis, who had shrunk its body, returned to his shoulder. After the Black Dragon Alexis came out, it said to David through the master-servant contract, "Lord Arthur, no matter what, please do not take such risks again. I will never leave your side." The Black Dragon Alexis was really frightened. It could sense David's situation through the master-servant contract from the space card. Of course, this was allowed by David. After seeing David forcefully take a hit from the god-level insectoid, the Black Dragon Alexis almost broke the space card. Fortunately, it did not sense that David's life was in danger. However, the Black Dragon Alexis was still frightened. David's life was not only related to David's, but also the Black Dragon Alexis' life. Ahem, I won't do it again. David was a little embarrassed by the Black Dragon Alexis' words. This was his mistake. There's a huge gap between the celestial ranks. You don't know what your wings are. Although they can negate most of the attacks, the remaining ones are still not something you can withstand. You can't risk your life. You have a better choice. Alexis the Black Dragon continued. Alexis, the god-level insectoid, threatened me. It said it remembered my scent. David quickly changed the topic. Remembering your scent? That's a problem. However, the god-level insectoid cannot enter the great world of God. It'll be fine as long as you don't enter the insectoid world. After a few years, when I fully recover and you become a god-level insectoid, we'll work together. It'll be lucky if the god-level insectoid can survive. The Black Dragon Alexis said with disdain. David was on his way back when the 5 huge shrines on Tula rang at the same time. In the golden tent in the middle, Bishop McKinley's face changed when he heard the alarm. He immediately opened the communication circle to check the situation. The alarm was only sounded when the god-level scent was detected. Bishop McKinley was worried that the evil gods were causing trouble behind the scenes when the great world of God and the insectoid world were at war, especially when the Grim Reaper had recently awakened. This was not a peaceful evil god. Just the space gate alone was enough to give the shrines a headache. If something else happened, the shrines would be even busier. When Bishop McKinley checked the range of the scent, he first heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he became nervous. Contact Lord Arthur immediately. He ordered the priest beside him. The priest quickly activated the communication circle used by the shrines. This communication circle had extremely high authority. Bishop, we can't establish contact. The priest quickly replied. Bishop McKinley's face turned even darker. The god-level scent near the space gate in the chaotic star zone disappeared after a short while. However, it was still captured by the shrine's network. The god-level scent in that direction could only mean that the god-level insectoid had appeared again. Bishop McKinley immediately thought of the mission issued by the shrines. Lord Arthur had accepted that mission. However, he still had a glimmer of hope. Lord Arthur might not have gone to the space gate to complete that mission. However, the fact that the communication circle could not be established made Bishop McKinley even more worried. Contact the Knight of the Lodexter Temple and the Knight of the Nelson Temple. As for Lord Arthur's whereabouts, Bishop McKinley ordered again. This time the priest took some time. It took a few minutes before he ended the call. Bishop, Lord Arthur borrowed the Interstellar Federation's warship to go to the space gate. You should have arrived by now. The priest reported. You can go now. Bishop McKinley's face turned pale as he waved his hand. In his heart, he had already sentenced Lord Arthur to death. The consequences of encountering a god-level insectoid were not difficult to predict. Of course, Bishop McKinley did not think that Lord Arthur would die. He still had a glimmer of hope in his heart. He hoped that Lord Arthur could still be as magical as ever. President Gould, the bishop is busy right now. Please wait for a moment. I will inform you. The priest's voice came from outside the door. The door was then pushed open, and President Gould appeared. You can leave first. McKinley saw President Gould and understood what was going on. He said to the priest, Bishop McKinley, do the shrines know that the space gate is guarded by a god-level insectoid? President Gould's eyes were sharp as he asked in a deep voice. After hearing the alarm of the shrines, President Gould had a bad feeling in his heart. This was especially true when he could not contact Lord Arthur either. Because of this, President Gould disregarded his status and barged into the shrine's tent to demand an explanation from Bishop McKinley. President Gould, just like you, I am very concerned about Lord Arthur. I hope he is safe. The shrines will not send out a mission that will definitely kill Lord Arthur. He has just received the title of Invincible Knight. If he falls, it will be a great blow to the morale of all knights. Bishop McKinley explained helplessly. Chapter 963. David had no idea that there was a conflict between the shrines and the Supreme Council for the sake of his safety. Not only did Chairman Gould and Bishop McKinley, but the entire Tulastar also knew that Lord Arthur had gone to the space portal to carry out the mission of the shrines. All level 5 knights had received that mission, but none of them dared to accept it due to the difficulty and danger of the mission. However, Lord Arthur still accepted such a dangerous mission. In the eyes of all the knights, it was a form of dedication. For the sake of the peace of the great world of God and to defeat the invading Zergs, Lord Arthur still went to the space portal despite knowing that it was extremely dangerous. Even with more than 100 level 5 knights, 2,000 level 4 sky knights, small-scale war shrines, and the appearance of the god of war, they still couldn't do anything to the space portal. However, even so, Lord Arthur still went to the space portal. Sadness spread among the knights, and some knights had already started singing the knight's song for Lord Arthur. No knight thought that Lord Arthur could return safely. The warning bells of shrines just now were enough to prove everything. David sat in the cabin and scanned the space pendant with his mind to observe the corpses of the legendary level Zergs. He had a strong feeling that his efforts were not in vain this time. However, due to the unsuitable environment, David couldn't check his gains and could only wait until he returned to the Guardian Star. Time passed bit by bit, and 10 hours later, when the small reconnaissance spaceship slowed down, David could already see the Guardian Star through the eyes of the shadow attendant outside the cabin. David, who was a little anxious, got the officer to open the cabin door and flew directly to the Guardian Star. The Knight of Dexter's Sanctum bowed to General Francis in the command room. General Francis, I beg you to send a scout to check the portal again to see if Lord Arthur is in danger. Next to the Dexter Temple Knight was a knight from the Nelson Temple. When the shrines asked them about Lord Arthur, they knew something big had happened. They contacted their friends and found out that something might have happened to Lord Arthur. That was why they came to General Francis in a hurry. Knight of the Holy Temple, it's not that I don't want to help, but the insectoids at the portal are heading towards the Guardian planet. Our scanners can't even get close to the portal. General Francis said helplessly, Is there really no other way? The Knight of the Nelson Temple muttered with tears in his eyes. He still remembered how Lord Arthur had crossed the starfield of chaos and appeared by his side at his most desperate moment, saving him from despair. There were many insectoids in the starfield of chaos at the time, and it was very dangerous. However, Lord Arthur, who they had only met by chance, still came. Now, Lord Arthur was going on a dangerous mission for the safety of the great world of God. Just when the atmosphere in the command room was extremely tense, a voice came from the screen. Reporting, General, the first scout team has returned. Lord Arthur has returned with them. The first scout team was the small scout ship that had sent David to the portal. Since their mission was to scout on the front lines, they had the right to report to the command center first. Please repeat, is Lord Arthur safe? General Francis quickly walked to the light screen and pressed the reply button as he asked loudly. Reporting, General, Lord Arthur was injured on the way back. The insectoids were chasing after Lord Arthur, so we retreated as fast as we could. The scout team's officer reported. That's good. General Francis had a smile on his face. That's great. I knew Lord Arthur would be fine. The Knight of the Dexter Temple said with a laugh, completely forgetting his sadness. General Francis fiddled with the screen again, and Lord Arthur's figure appeared on screen. Lord Arthur was forcing his way into the Guardian planet from outer space. He wasn't even wearing armor. What was strange was that he didn't cause any friction when entering the atmosphere at such a high speed. At this time, no one cared about this. When General Francis and the two fifth-rank Temple Knights saw David's silhouette, they felt as if a huge stone had been lifted from their hearts. "Let's go welcome Lord Arthur." General Francis invited the two level 5 knights with a smile. "Let's welcome our hero." The knight of the Dexter Temple nodded. He didn't look like he was joking at all. Instead, he looked like he was certain that Lord Arthur was the hero of the great world of God. David landed in front of the command center. He had the authority to enter the command center. The ground passage opened automatically. As soon as he walked in, he saw General Francis, the knight of the Dexter Temple, and the knight of the Nelson Temple. "Great invincible knight, Lord Arthur, welcome back." The knight of the Dexter Temple and the knight of the Nelson Temple saluted in unison. General Francis saluted. "Why are you waiting for me here?" David looked at them in surprise. "Lord Arthur, is your communication circle turned off? We couldn't contact you, so we thought something had happened to you." The knight of the Nelson Temple said with a smile. David slapped his head. This was because the mission involved a legendary or even a god-level existence. He was worried that the waves of the communication circle would be discovered by the insectoids, so he turned it off during the mission. He was so excited afterward that he forgot about it. David scanned the Lord-class communication circle with his will, and countless messages flashed. Almost everyone who had the authority to contact him had sent a message to his circle. He didn't know that in these 10 hours, the entire great world of God was moved by his spirit. What was the spirit of a knight? Protecting, sacrificing, fearlessness, bravery, and so on. These were all the spirit of a knight, but anyone who could do it, especially at the level of a level 5 knight, would have a connection. No one could sacrifice themselves just because they wanted to. Fearlessness and bravery were a thing of the past. However, knights greatly yearned for this spirit. Lord Arthur used his actions to tell all knights, all nobles, and all the people of the great world of God what the true spirit of a knight was. The 5 shrines also promoted Lord Arthur's spirit to reduce the impact of the fall of the invincible knight. This caused Lord Arthur's reputation in the great world of God to rise again. In the past, Lord Arthur's reputation was that he was fierce, vengeful, and ruthless. Anyone who offended him would have their clan destroyed. Later, with the growth of Lord Arthur's strength and his association with the top nobles, his reputation was reversed to a certain extent. However, the nobles of the great world of God still feared him more than they respected him. It wasn't until Lord Arthur killed many level 5 bishops, especially the level 5 Bishop Myron who had lived for thousands of years, that the great world of God's view of Lord Arthur changed greatly. The small flaws of geniuses could be tolerated, let alone a peerless genius like Lord Arthur. In the end, from the title of the Invincible Knight to the shrine's remedial propaganda for Lord Arthur's sacrifice, Lord Arthur's reputation was raised to an extremely high level. I need to reply to some messages. David saw that Chairman Gould had been making contact requests, so he couldn't help but smile apologetically to Admiral Francis and the 2 level 5 bishops. "Of course, please," Admiral Francis said with a smile. Admiral Francis and the 2 level 5 Temple Knight stepped aside to make it easier for David to speak. "Lord Arthur." Chairman Gould, who was sitting in the tent, kept applying for contact. Although he also felt that this kind of application was useless, he still persisted. It was only when his application was approved that he asked in disbelief, "What's going on?" "Chairman Gould, I'm sorry to have made you worry. I turned off the communication circle when I was on a mission," David said with a smile, feeling the concern of Chairman Gould. "It's good that you're okay. It's good that you're okay." Chairman Gould felt his whole body relax as he laughed loudly. For 10 hours, Chairman Gould had been worried about David. He didn't expect David to really be alive. This mentality of regaining what he had lost made Chairman Gould forget himself. "Chairman Gould, please report to the shrines that my mission has failed. The portal is guarded by a god-level Zerg, so the sealing artifact can't be used," David reported helplessly. This mission issued by the shrines was definitely a huge trap. If it were anyone else, they would have died in front of the portal because of David. Don't care about the mission. The shrines must give us an explanation for sending a level 5 Temple Knight to fight against a God-level Zerg. Chairman Gould said in a deep voice, no longer caring about the mission. I have a video of the mission here. Please send it to the shrines as a reference. They can choose someone else to continue the mission. Also, I'll send the sealing artifact back. Please accept it. David said as he took out the sealing artifact and removed the ownership. He also edited the video in his identity bracelet, keeping the part where the God-level Zerg broke the sealing artifact and sent it to Chairman Gould through the Lord-level communication circle. I'll send the video of the mission over. I'll leave this sealing artifact for you. Why should I send it back? Chairman Gould said coldly. Also, I've killed the legendary insectoid that I reported to you last time. David said as he recalled the legendary insectoid. David's voice wasn't loud, but they were in an underground passage. Although General Francis, the Dexter Temple Knight, and the Nelson Temple Knight were some distance away, they could still hear his voice. When they heard that the legendary Zerg had been killed during the mission, the three of them had a strange look on their faces. That was a legendary Zerg. How could it be that Lord Arthur had said that he had killed a legendary Zerg in passing? It was very easy for him to say that. But they had all seen the 100-meter-tall body of the arachnid. Even if such a huge legendary rank arachnid were to stand there and let a 5th-rank Temple Knight hack at it, it would be hard to say whether or not it could be harmed. Even if the Zerg could hurt the Zerg, it would probably only be on the surface. With such a huge body, the thickness of a shell alone wouldn't be so easy to break. On the other side of the Lord-level communication circle, Chairman Gould's expression was also very bad. His face was distorted. In a short period of time, Chairman Gould had experienced the bad news of his best friend's death, his best friend's safety, and then David's statement that he had killed a legendary Zerg made him almost lose control. You killed a legendary Zerg in passing, Chairman Gould asked in a serious tone. That legendary Zerg was in the middle of some kind of ritual. I really didn't do anything. David also realized that his tone was casual and hurriedly explained. Based on your estimation, how many Zergs are there in the portal? Chairman Gould continued to ask. About 5 billion. David immediately gave a clear number. Chairman Gould was really speechless. David had entered the 5 billion Zergs, first activated the sealing artifact, and was blocked by a divine Zerg. Then, he killed a legendary Zerg and escaped. I have to report your situation to the shrines. They all thought that you had fallen. Chairman Gould decided to end the communication first. He needed to calm down. David looked at the communication circle and casually replied to some important friends before putting away the communication circle. Admiral Francis, I'm very sorry. My actions may have led the Zergs here. David bowed to Admiral Francis. Lord Arthur, the legendary Zerg has been killed. I think it shouldn't be difficult for you to deal with the remaining level 5 Zergs. No matter how many Zergs there are, they won't be a threat to us. Admiral Francis said with a laugh. The Zergs were stalling for time. It seemed that the Zergs had time for the legendary Zergs to evolve, but also gave the great world of God and the Interstellar Federation time to prepare. Now, on the Guardian planet and the nearby star fields, tens of thousands of various warships were gathered in space. The logistics had also brought enough war supplies for the fleet to fight a long war. Of course, the Interstellar Federation's military was now elated. After receiving a large amount of Zerg materials from David, not only was the military unprecedentedly united, but they were also waiting for the Federal High Command's distribution plan. Even the civilian Kaji had applied to join the military in order to get the corresponding resources. Therefore, the military's reinforcements were very smooth. As for President Barnard of the Federation, he was now in the process of being impeached, and his political future was completely over. The morale of the military personnel in the great world of God was high. They all wanted to continue to get more resources, and to get more resources, they had to fight the Zergs. Although there weren't many resources left from the space weapons, as long as there were enough of them, the resources wouldn't be too little. Not to mention, they still had Lord Arthur, that terrifyingly powerful existence, the invincible night of the great world of God. The level 5 Zergs will be dealt with by me, the Dexter Temple Knight, and the Nelson Temple Knight. The rest of the Zergs will require the Federation's help, David said with a smile and a bow. Chapter 964. The insectoids are the common enemy of the Federation and the great world of God. It's been like this for 10,000 years. It's an honor to fight alongside you. General Francis laughed. After learning about the death of a legendary Zerg, his worries about the battle had disappeared. Although he felt that Overlord Arthur was exaggerating. In fact, before the battle, the strength of such a comrade was very reassuring. Knight of the Dexter Temple, Knight of the Nelson Temple, return to your posts. I'm going to rest. Call me when the insectoids arrive, David said to the 2 level 5 knights. It was only then that General Francis, the Knight of the Dexter Temple, and the Knight of the Nelson Temple remembered what their captain had said. Lord Arthur had returned with injuries. However, the 3 of them did not believe that Lord Arthur's injuries were light. After all, the enemy that could injure the invincible Knight Lord Arthur had to be extremely terrifying. The Knight of the Dexter Temple and the Knight of the Nelson Temple, in particular, had already recalled the news from the great world of God that a godly aura had appeared in the direction of the spatial gate. Lord Arthur, we won't disturb your rest. Please go rest. The Knight of the Nelson Temple hurriedly said with a bow. David smiled and said goodbye to the 3 of them before returning to his room. Judging from your expressions, was Lord Arthur's trip dangerous? After David's figure disappeared, Admiral Francis couldn't help but ask after seeing the expressions on the faces of the 2 5th-ranked Temple Knights. Lord Arthur's injuries should have been caused by an insectoid god. His mission this time was not as easy as he made it out to be. The Knight of the Nelson Temple was still looking in the direction David had disappeared with a look of worship on his face. Lord Arthur had returned to the Guardian planet alive, and the news spread across Tua planet. Cheers could be heard all over Tua planet. After the shrines spared no effort in spreading the news, Lord Arthur became the idol of the night. In particular, the shrines believed that Lord Arthur was dead for sure and did not hold back when spreading the news. They did everything they could to shock people. Under such circumstances, the news that Lord Arthur was still alive caused even more commotion. Then the second news came. Lord Arthur had successfully killed a legendary insectoid at the spatial gate. The news that the Interstellar Federation's military had discovered a legendary insectoid at the spatial gate had spread among the Knight of the great world of God. Not many people thought that the news of Overlord Arthur killing a legendary arachnid was fake because the moment the battle started, the existence of the legendary arachnid would be verified immediately. With Lord Arthur's current fame, there was no need for him to increase his fame like this. This time, even many top nobles had publicly acknowledged Lord Arthur's strength. The title Invincible Knight had also replaced Lord Arthur's name on many occasions. The result of this was that the power of faith around David continued to increase, providing him with the strongest foundation to continue training. In truth, it was impossible to obtain much faith in the great world of God without the help of the shrines. Even if one obtained some faith through some small means, they would be destroyed by the shrines at any time. When David returned to his room, he found it strange that the power of faith around him had increased so much in such a short time. However, he still could not control the power of faith at this time. This made him even more anxious to investigate his harvest this time. When he returned to his room, David estimated the time when the first batch of insectoids would arrive. Due to the towing technology used by the small scout ship, its speed was far faster than the speed of the insectoid army. At least for a day, there would not be a large number of insectoids arriving. He could use this time to his heart's content. Thinking of this, he took out the divine portal card and entered the training space with a thought. In his room, the divine portal card hovered in the air for a breath of time before disappearing. The harvest this time was quite big, and David did not know what kind of impact it would have, so he chose to enter the training space and check his harvest in his own independent world. David did not look at the corpse of the legendary insectoid in the portal pendant. Instead, he summoned the shadow attendant. He could not wait to see the knowledge ball in the shadow attendant's body. With excitement, uneasiness, and hesitation, he entered the shadow attendant's body and ordered the shadow attendant to list out the knowledge ball he had obtained this time. This time, the number of insectoids he had killed in the portal was uncountable. David had activated the plague talent ability in the midst of the insectoids, and he had also used the dragon's roar with all his strength. Whether it was the plague or the dragon's roar, these two talents could cause great damage to enemies within an 80 kilometers radius. These two talents were above level 5. When used in space where the insectoids were densely packed, there were not many insectoids that could survive within an 80 kilometers radius. However, even after killing so many insectoids, David only obtained the soul energy of that legendary insectoid. At that time, when he was targeted by a divine insectoid, he did not dare to release the shadow attendant. Although the shadow attendant's stealth was almost invulnerable, as long as it absorbed soul energy, a divine level could discover the existence of the shadow attendant. The last time Kieran entered play God Gladstone's small world, God of Play Gladstone had proven it to be true. For the sake of the soul energy, David did not want the shadow attendant to take the risk. Besides, apart from the soul energy above level 5, the rest of the soul energy was not of much help to him and the Black Dragon Alexis. David's eyes were focused on the only knowledge ball. Needless to say, this was the knowledge ball of the legendary insectoid. This was his biggest hope of obtaining the inheritance of faith and becoming a god. It was also related to whether his future path of growth would be smooth. Blade Domain, Legendary Grade Talent, Knowledge Ball. David saw the name of this knowledge ball, and a feeling of disappointment rose in his heart. David looked at the description of the Blade Domain, Legendary Talent, Knowledge Ball with reluctance. To be honest, this ability was really powerful. It could fill the spiritual range with blades under his control and kill all enemies within the range. Unlike David's other talents, this talent's attack power was stronger because the minimum learning requirement for this talent was to be at the legendary rank. Having a legendary rank create their own domain around them was a sign of the peak of the legendary rank. If David had gone a few days later, he might have had to kill a demigod insectoid. It would be hard to say if it would have been so smooth. If the injured Black Dragon Alexis wanted to kill a demigod insectoid in an instant, even the Black Dragon Alexis would not be able to guarantee it. That legendary insectoid had used the secret technique of the royal insectoid family to forcefully advance through the flesh and souls of countless insectoids. Although this kind of rapid advancement had some side effects, the speed of advancement was far faster than ordinary advancement. This was also what the insectoids needed to allow the legendary insectoids to advance in the shortest time possible. No matter what level the legendary insectoid reached, as long as the war was approaching, the godly insectoid would take back the Emperor Legendary Rune. Therefore, the fastest advancement was the mission of the legendary insectoids. No matter what method was used, in just a few days, the legendary insectoids had reached the peak of the legendary rank. The Blade Domain Legendary Talent. Attack power was terrifying. Once activated, countless blades would appear within 80 kilometers of David. Each blade's attack power was comparable to David's own strength. This talent was specially prepared by the Zerg for the legendary Zerg to prepare for the upcoming war. Just thinking about it, even if the legendary insectoids did not advance, as long as they had the Blade Domain talent, they would cause hell on any planet. With the power of the Blade Domain, besieging the legendary insectoids was no longer effective. Only in a one-on-one situation could one forcefully defeat the legendary insectoids. However, the problem was that the great world of God had been suppressed by the shrines for a long time. Even legendary ranks could not appear, let alone peak legendary ranks. How could one defeat a legendary insectoid in a one-on-one situation? But then again, this legendary insectoid could be considered unlucky. It encountered the Black Dragon Alexis, a true godly power, in its first battle. It was likely that the legendary insectoid did not understand why there was such an unfair assassination even in its death. After truly understanding the details of the Blade Domain legendary talent, Knowledge Ball, David's feelings were extremely complicated. Indeed, this talent was very useful. Once he learned it, he would no longer have to worry about being besieged. After all, every blade within 80 kilometers had its own attack power. However, this Blade Domain legendary talent was a far cry from the inheritance of faith. He did not lack in battle methods, not to mention that he had the Black Dragon Alexis by his side. In terms of safety, he did not have to worry. What David needed the most was the inheritance of faith. However, all of this was just a fantasy. If he did not have it, then so be it. While thinking, he transferred the Knowledge Ball of Blade Domain legendary rank talent into his soul space. Fortunately, David's soul had reached the legendary rank. Otherwise, he could only watch this talent that could only be learned at the legendary rank. The Blade Domain legendary talent, Knowledge Ball, entered the small world of Abel's soul space and turned into a talent pattern. After the Blade Domain legendary talent, Knowledge Ball, completely disappeared, David focused his attention on the Blade Domain pattern. Strange fluctuations began to appear beside him in the training space. Lord Arthur, please control your power, the Black Dragon Alexis hurriedly reminded. David was shocked and dispersed the Blade Domain. Only then did he remember that he was still in the training space. Although the training space was strengthened by the Space Anchor Stone, it was still unable to withstand the attack of the legendary rank. Lord Arthur, congratulations on obtaining a domain. The Black Dragon Alexis naturally discovered what David was about to activate after the fluctuations just now. It smiled and congratulated him. The Black Dragon Alexis was no longer surprised or excited about David's improvement. This was because everything about David had already refreshed its understanding of him. A 20-year-old legendary rank. The Black Dragon Alexis could not describe its complicated feelings. In the Black Dragon race, a 20-year-old was the age of a child. Now that he had grasped the peak of the legendary rank's domain, according to the legendary rank's strength, any legendary who had a domain would be a peak legendary. This was because after obtaining a domain, one could use the power of the domain to reach the demigod realm. Alexis, I remember you said that as long as I form a domain, I can try to become a demigod. Now that I have the Blade Domain, does that mean that I have met the requirements? David recalled the teachings of the Black Dragon Alexis and asked, Blade Domain? The Black Dragon Alexis seemed to be recalling. It quickly continued, I have never heard of such a domain. When you have time, find a place to use it. I want to observe for a while. However, you have grasped the rule of strength and speed. If you can form these two rule domains, or go one step further and combine them into a new rule domain, that would be the best choice. The Black Dragon Alexis' expectations of David were getting higher and higher. It no longer just wanted David to continuously improve himself. Instead, it wanted David to become stronger even among those of the same level. The Black Dragon Alexis had never heard of the Blade Domain. In its opinion, all domains were inferior to the basic rule domain. It just so happened that David had grasped the basic rule, and two of them at that. With such a strong foundation, why not try the strongest rule domain to build a solid foundation for the future? David believed in the Black Dragon Alexis and nodded in agreement. Then there's no need to rush. My actual strength is still insufficient. I'll consider this problem when my actual strength reaches the legendary level. Lord Arthur, this is the best choice. The Black Dragon Alexis was also very happy that David had listened to its advice. It was still worried that David would lose his ability to judge because the increase in strength was right in front of him. It should be known that not everyone could resist the temptation of the demigod realm. Becoming a demigod was equivalent to having the strongest combat power in the world. As long as one did not go near the shrines of the true gods, even the gods would not be able to do anything to a demigod. A demigod was the highest realm that could remain in the main world. Even the weakest god would be affected by the rules of the main world and would be strongly suppressed in the main world. Therefore, the gods would create their own small world and place themselves in it to influence the main world through various means. For example, The five gods of the great world of God were able to exert their power on the main world through the shrines, oracles, and mobile artifacts that were spread all over the world. The other gods had it even harder. For example, even if the god of death was awakened, his influence on the main world was limited. Chapter 965. A demigod already had part of the strength of a god, but they could use their body to walk in the main world without being bound by the rules of the main world. This strength was almost the strongest in the main world, and it was also the reason why the five gods of the great world of God did not want to have a legendary knight. Once a legendary knight had a domain and became a demigod, it would threaten the five gods' invincibility in the great world of God. Of course, so many people dreamed of becoming gods, and even demigods wanted to become gods. Gods naturally had their own unparalleled advantages. Gods had endless life, and even the giant dragons could not compare to them. The giant dragons of the giant dragons would increase their lifespan as their strength increased, but they could not live forever. Only gods could have endless life, provided that their faith was not extinguished. This was also the weakness of gods. However, this point alone was enough to make any creature crazy, not to mention the terrifying strength of gods. The gods here referred to gods who became gods through faith, and those who became gods through their own strength were not included. Take the black dragon Alexis, for example. He was also a god, but he was recognized by the great world of God. Even the Bug Clan god-level existences were able to move freely in the Bug Clan world due to the combination of faith and personal strength. Only when they entered other worlds would they feel a strong suppression. That was the repulsion of other worlds towards god-level existences that did not belong to this world. David was a little special. First of all, he was still young. Even if the age of his two lives were added together, it was not enough to make him fear death. Secondly, his battle angel skeleton provided him with an endless supply of indestructible life force. With the indestructible life force, his life would always be young. As long as he was not killed, immortality was not a problem for him. Therefore, David could calmly face the temptation of becoming a demigod. He could consider becoming a stronger demigod instead of using the blade domain to level up. David sighed and said, "It's a pity that I didn't get the inheritance of faith this time. It seems that I still have to find the sleeping evil god." David was still brooding over the fact that he couldn't extract the faith inheritance from the soul of the legendary insectoid. He felt that his luck wasn't good enough for him to miss such a good opportunity. Isn't the inheritance of faith still in the legendary rank Bug Clan's body? Didn't you ask me to bring the body back for the inheritance of faith? Black Dragon Alexis asked, a little confused. When the Black Dragon Alexis attacked the legendary rank Bug Clan, he had already felt the Emperor inheritance pattern in the body of the legendary rank Bug Clan. That was why he put the body of the legendary rank Bug Clan's body in the space pendant as quickly as possible. Black Dragon Alexis sensed that the Emperor inheritance rune did not belong to this legendary Zerg. This inheritance rune was very important to the Zerg, and it was also the reason why the Zerg god went crazy. What? Faith inheritance is in the body of a legendary stage insectoid? David almost cried out in surprise. David excitedly looked into the space pendant and scanned the body of the legendary rank Bug Clan. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he scanned, he could not find any trace of it. "Alexis, where is the inheritance of faith that you mentioned?" David calmed down and asked Black Dragon Alexis. He knew that his realm was still too low. It would be difficult for him to recognize such a level of inheritance, even if it was placed in front of him. Black Dragon Alexis paused and looked at David's expression. "Sir Arthur, there are two options for you to obtain the inheritance of faith. One is to wait for my soul to recover and extract the inheritance of faith from the legendary rank Bug Clan's body." David naturally shook his head. Although Black Dragon Alexis said that it would take at least 100 years to recover most of his soul, he could not wait that long. "What's the other option?" he asked directly without thinking. The Black Dragon Alexis smiled and said, The second option is something that only you can do, and that is to resurrect the legendary Zerg and control it to transfer its inheritance to you. The owner of the Emperor Inheritance rune was the god-level insectoid. In order to transfer the Emperor Inheritance rune to another person, unless there was a god-level insectoid with the same strength as the god-level insectoid, the only way was for the second owner, the legendary level insectoid, to take the initiative to transfer it. Perhaps even the god-level insectoids wouldn't believe it. The legendary level insectoids were already dead, so how could they transfer their inheritance runes on their own accord? The insectoid god-tier powerhouse also sensed the black dragon Alexis's condition. The fact that its soul was heavily damaged could not be hidden from such a god-tier powerhouse. Therefore, even though the Emperor-class inheritance rune had been taken away by the legendary rank insectoid's corpse, the god-level insectoid wasn't worried that David would be able to obtain it. This also had to do with the direction that David had escaped in. If David had escaped in the direction of Tula's star, the god-level insectoid would have to consider the possibility of the great world of God's gods making a move. Therefore, the insectoid's large-scale attack was partly to take revenge on David's surprise attack that killed the legendary level insectoid, and partly to listen to the orders of the god-level insectoid to take back the Emperor Inheritance rune. Let's use this method. David's eyes lit up. He didn't need to think too much about resurrecting the legendary level insectoid. It was too easy. After saying this, he looked at his surroundings. This wasn't a suitable place. Why don't we go to the great world of God and find a place to resurrect the legendary level insectoid? David still consulted the Black Dragon Alexis when it came to God-level matters. Based on my judgment, this faith inheritance can't appear in the great world of God. Otherwise, it might be taken back by the God-level insectoid. The Black Dragon Alexis was very knowledgeable and reminded him. David nodded. He immediately thought a good place. With a thought, he appeared in another space. This was the Death Space, which was originally the space within the Divine Artifact space card. This Death Space had been modified by the Death God, and its maximum capacity could reach God level. It wouldn't be a problem to resurrect legendary level insectoids. Feeling the death energy that still filled the space, David felt very helpless. He wasn't strong enough and couldn't modify this space. The Black Dragon Alexis's soul was injured and couldn't modify this space either. Therefore, this space was empty and useless. Today, there were no living creatures in the Death Space. Even the soul energy of the skeletons from before had been absorbed by David, and they were all broken bones. David summoned the Shadow Attendant. With a thought, he found a golden soul origin in the Shadow Attendant. The difference between this golden soul origin and the level 5 soul origin was in the depth and size of the golden color. The level 5 soul origin's golden color wasn't as bright and was much smaller. However, when David introduced the legendary soul origin into his soul space, the transformation process was no different from the level 5 soul origin. It just took a little longer. As the legendary soul origin was successfully transformed into a legendary soul doppelganger, David immediately felt that his thinking speed had increased significantly. If it wasn't for the fact that the legendary soul doppelganger was related to the faith inheritance, David didn't want to let the legendary soul doppelganger leave his soul space. Of course, even if the legendary soul origin entered the body of the legendary arachnid, he could still call it back at any time. However, the consequence of calling back the legendary soul doppelganger was that the legendary arachnid would become a living corpse and lose all ability to move. David's spirit entered the space pendant. He wondered if the Black Dragon Alexis had considered reviving the legendary arachnid when it killed it. Therefore, only the heart of the legendary arachnid's corpse was damaged, and there were no other injuries. One must know that the Black Dragon Alexis had grabbed the neck of the legendary arachnid and then used force to shake its heart. If it hadn't done it deliberately, it wouldn't have been just the heart that was damaged. David didn't bother to ask. As long as the result was good, it was fine. He stimulated an undying life force into the heart of the legendary arachnid, and then took out the corpse of the legendary arachnid. When the corpse of the legendary arachnid was taken out, the undying life force immediately displayed a powerful healing effect, and the broken heart was quickly repaired. David punched out at the right time, and lightning flashed on his fist. He used this punch to send a bolt of lightning into the heart of the legendary arachnid, and the huge heart suddenly shook. The life force of the arachnid was extremely strong, and with such a stimulation, the heart was immediately activated. Green blood flowed in the legendary arachnid's body, and vitality reappeared in the huge body of the arachnid. David didn't hesitate, and a legendary soul doppelganger that originated from the legendary arachnid entered the body of the legendary arachnid. From the legendary arachnid's body, energy continuously gathered to the head and combined with the legendary soul doppelganger to form a new soul. More information flowed into the soul, and David received a lot of information and combat ability of the legendary arachnid. David's mind was in the legendary arachnid's soul, and he felt all kinds of information that were related to the legendary arachnid's combat ability in the future. He didn't want to spend so much energy just to leave the resurrected legendary arachnid in the space. Just as David was sensing, in the legendary arachnid's soul space, golden light spots flew up and slowly condensed into a pattern. He recognized at a glance that it was the edge domain pattern. David didn't expect that the legendary arachnid's innate ability, which he obtained from the legendary arachnid's soul, would automatically be reborn after the legendary arachnid's resurrection. In fact, this was very easy to understand. The peak of the legendary arachnid could have a domain talent, and under normal circumstances, it would take at least a few decades for the legendary arachnid to comprehend it on its own. However, in the Emperor Inheritance pattern, the legendary arachnid had added the edge domain talent, and as long as the strength of the legendary arachnid reached the peak of the legendary arachnid, it would automatically have this talent. David also knew the species of this legendary arachnid, because the legendary arachnid in front of him was over 100 meters long, and its original shell was all destroyed, and all the shells were reborn later on. No one could tell the species of this legendary arachnid. This was a blade mantis king, but at this time, its appearance was almost impossible to tell the form of a mantis. "Alexis, can you teach me your ability to shrink my body?" David asked the black dragon Alexis. Now, the relationship between him and the black dragon Alexis was no longer just a master-servant relationship, so he used a questioning tone instead of an order. "You won't have the chance to learn it if you want, but this legendary arachnid can learn it." The black dragon Alexis didn't want to hide it, and this ability was only a support ability. Besides, he had even given the black dragon's heritage cultivation method, the black dragon's hibernation, so this little ability was nothing. The ability to shrink one's body had a very high requirement. Even though David's body had been strengthened countless times, it was still only level 5 and not at the legendary arachnid level. Needless to say, how could a human's body be compared to a dragon's? On the other hand, the Blade Mantis King's body had reached the legendary arachnid level. The arachnid's body was already very strong, and the arachnid god level had chosen it because of its potential. In fact, the Blade Mantis King was chosen by the arachnid god level because they were of the same race. Even the arachnids had their own selfish motives. They wanted to use this opportunity to produce another god-level arachnid for the Blade Mantis race. Of course, a better explanation was that it was for the Blade domain. The other races couldn't master the Blade domain, which was exclusive to the Blade Mantis. The Black Dragon Alexis passed a spiritual knowledge ball to the Blade Mantis King. David controlled the Blade Mantis King to use its mind to touch the spiritual knowledge ball, and an ability on how to shrink one's body appeared in the Blade Mantis King's mind. Because the Black Dragon Alexis's memory was very comprehensive, including its experience in using this ability, David controlled the Blade Mantis King for only 10 minutes. He made the Blade Mantis King's body shrink rapidly until it was smaller than the Black Dragon Alexis's kitten form. David was relieved. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to summon the 100-meter-long Blade Mantis King. After doing all this, he calmed down and began to sense the inheritance that the black dragon Alexis had mentioned. Fortunately, the Blade Mantis King's soul was its original soul. Although the soul had been assimilated by David's soul space, it was still recognized by the Emperor-level inheritance pattern. David sensed the golden pattern on the Blade Mantis King's body. It wasn't a divine pattern, and it wasn't any pattern that he was familiar with. The golden pattern was so complicated that it didn't seem like something that could be created by intelligent life. Every line of the golden pattern was magnified to reveal countless smaller golden lines. When these golden lines were magnified, he could see the complicated patterns that densely covered them. The complexity of the entire Emperor-level inheritance pattern was beyond imagination. Even the most complicated divine pattern David had ever seen couldn't compare to this pattern. Chapter 966. Through the soul of the Blade Mantis King. David could feel the connection between the royal inheritance rune and the Blade Mantis King's soul. He felt that the royal inheritance rune seemed to be bound to the Blade Mantis King. What he needed to do was to transfer this binding relationship to his main body. In the process, he also discovered another divine sense. David guessed that this was the God-level insectoid God-level's consciousness. Through this God-level insectoid God-level's consciousness, he could control the Emperor-level inheritance rune. Due to the uniqueness of the Death Dimension, David could use the Divine Item Space card to completely isolate the Death Dimension from the outside world. This made the connection between the God-level bug's consciousness and the God-level bug's consciousness, which was not in the same world, even weaker. This consciousness was just a consciousness used to recognize a master. The God-level bug probably didn't think that the royal inheritance pattern would be lost, so it didn't leave a consciousness with the ability to think on its own. In fact, many gods would leave a consciousness with the ability to think on its own. On one hand, this consciousness was extremely important to the gods. If too much of it was left in the outside world, it would affect their own strength. On the other hand, as long as there was a consciousness, it could prevent non-god from stealing it. Even if a consciousness with the ability to think on its own was left behind, it could be easily erased by a god-level master. However, the god-level bug never thought that there would be another situation. David had the god-level hypnosis talent. Perhaps he couldn't hypnotize a consciousness with the ability to think on its own, but he could hypnotize a consciousness with the royal inheritance pattern. David's main body pointed his finger lightly, and a spirit wave shot towards the Blade Mantis King. Under his control, the Blade Mantis King didn't put up any defense, and it even took the initiative to let the hypnotize the Emperor-level inheritance pattern in its body. The hypnosis wave locked onto the god-level bug's consciousness on the royal inheritance pattern. The consciousness didn't resist, and soon, David felt his consciousness being hypnotized. He controlled the consciousness to fly out of the royal inheritance pattern and out of the Blade Mantis King's body. "Alexis, take care of this," David said to the Black Dragon Alexis. The Black Dragon Alexis was naturally very willing to do this. This was something that could help him recover his soul, especially for this kind of hypnotized consciousness. It would only wake up from the hypnotic state when it was absorbed, and by then it would be too late. What awaited the consciousness would be the consequences of being devoured. After eliminating the god-level insectoid's consciousness, the Emperor Inheritance Rune was left with only one owner, the Blade Mantis King. David controlled the Blade Mantis King to transfer the inheritance pattern to his body. In the Death Dimension, a golden pattern flew out of the Blade Mantis King and into David's body. Then, it disappeared into David's body. David's body used his mind to imprint his own imprint on the royal inheritance pattern, making it truly and completely his. Only then did he let out a long sigh of relief. After a period of calculation, although there were some twists and turns in the process, and he was almost killed by the god-level insectoid, he had finally obtained this extremely important inheritance. When the Black Dragon Alexis devoured the consciousness, the god-level insectoid on the other side of the portal suddenly felt its consciousness disappear. The disappearance of this little bit of consciousness had almost no effect on the God-level insectoid, but the God-level insectoid knew very well what it meant. Roar. The God-level insectoid let out an angry roar. The terrifying sound waves combined with the rage caused all the insectoids in a large area with the insectoid gods at the center to explode and die. The God-level insectoid did not care much about accidentally injuring its own kind. It did not even care about the other insectoids. To the insectoids, it was extremely normal for a God-level insectoid to want their lives. The God-level insectoid woke up from its anger and immediately gave out an order. David's image was transmitted to the minds of every insectoid that entered the great world of God. David's presence was even recorded in the genes of the insectoids. In the future, wherever the insectoids appeared, any insectoid that sensed David's presence would fight to the death with him. In addition, the insectoids that attacked the Guardian planet were also obviously of a higher level. More level 4 and level 5 insectoids were sent to the Guardian planet. The insectoids that came out of the portal were mostly level 4 insectoids, except for a small number of level 5 insectoids. The mission that the insectoids received was to kill David at all costs and bring back David's body. This was also the only chance for the God-level insectoid to retrieve the Emperor-level inheritance rune. If it were not for the suppression of the world's rules, the God-level insectoids would have personally gone after David. David did not know about the insectoid's plan. He was currently letting the Blade Mantis King return to its original size of 100 meters. The Blade Mantis King did not need David's command to fight. This was because its battle instincts were still in its body. David ordered the Blade Mantis King to activate its blade zone. Within a range of 8,000 meters, countless blades appeared. The aura on these blades was terrifying. The attack power of each blade exceeded the power of a level 5 Holy Knight. To be honest, when David saw the Blade Mantis King use its blade zone, he felt that he had underestimated this legendary talent. Even the Black Dragon Alexis could not help but nod. It was obvious that it was very impressed by this talent. Lord Arthur, if it weren't for the fact that you've mastered the law of strength and the law of speed, I would have suggested that you use the blade domain to ascend to become a demigod. Such an area of effect attack is extremely rare. Black Dragon Alexis laughed. David noticed that the Blade Mantis King's mental power range was only 8,000 meters. It was only 1/10 of his own mental power range. The Blade Mantis King was a true legendary, and it was at the peak of the legendary rank. However, its mental power range was only this small. Alexis, why is the mental power range of the Blade Mantis King a little abnormal? David asked Black Dragon Alexis. Black Dragon Alexis was slightly stunned. As a close combat insectoid with a special talent, the mental power range of the Blade Mantis King was normal. If it was a legendary who specialized in mental power, its mental power range would only be around 10,000 meters. However, Black Dragon Alexis quickly understood that David was comparing himself to the Blade Mantis King. Black Dragon Alexis explained helplessly, Lord Arthur, your soul space has merged with a small world. Your mental power range is not normal. David nodded and asked the Blade Mantis King to withdraw its blade zone. After all, it was not released by his main body. As he was not familiar enough with the Blade Mantis King's body, he did not have a good understanding of it. He activated the blade zone in his soul space. Then, with him as the center, a dense number of blades appeared in a radius of 80,000 meters. Unfortunately, it seemed that due to David's own strength, the combat power of each blade was only at the peak of a level 5 Holy Temple Knight. However, David's strongest attack was not limited to these. His strongest attack was to mobilize the small world's power rule and release an attack that merged with part of the small world matter. Although the current blade domain was already sufficiently powerful, it still wasn't enough to satisfy David. Who was his current enemy? The Grim Reaper and the Bug Clan deity were both David's enemies. With the attack of the blade domain, he couldn't harm these two deities at all. David did not dare to approach the shrines. If the shrines discovered his abnormality in the future, he would become the target of the five gods. He needed a stronger attack, and this attack power was not worth his joy. However, the Blade Zone also had its advantages. Because it was a zone ability, this attack did not have any trace of physical attack, nor did it have any fluctuations of mental attack. It was more like an attack of the rules. That was the truth. Although David had not mastered the Blade Mantis's inherent rule, the Blade Rule, through the knowledge ball of the Blade Domain, legendary talent, he had directly obtained the final version of the Blade Rule, the Blade Domain Totem. David looked at the time. It had been 4 hours. He decided to finish the last task and return to the Guardian Planet. He waved his hand to summon the Shadow Attendant. He pressed one hand on the Shadow Attendant's shoulder. Then, the Shadow Attendant transferred the soul energy from the Blade Mantis King into his soul space. Now, in David's soul space, the small world was changing every day. Through the illusion, there were almost 100 generations of indigenous people. The number of indigenous people was even more shocking. Although they could not be everywhere in the small world, they were constantly changing the small world. It was believed that after a while, the small world would be completely developed, and the number of indigenous people would reach the limit of the small world. Let's not talk about the future. Even now, David rarely needed to absorb and fuse soul energy. This was because the soul energy of a rank 5 powerhouse was nothing to him. The spiritual energy that was produced in his small world every day was comparable to the soul energy of a rank 5 powerhouse, and it was constantly increasing. In the future, the rate of increase of soul energy would increase, and his need for soul energy would be even lower. If the Blade Mantis King was not at the legendary rank, David would not have thought of absorbing the soul energy of a legendary rank. This was the first time he had absorbed the soul energy of a legendary rank. This time, there was no special effect, and there was no rain or fog. The small world was peaceful, and there was almost no change. If there was a change, it would be when the Blade Mantis King's soul energy entered the small world in his soul space. The soul energy in the small world became denser, and it also increased his mental power. David shook his head. It was unlikely that he would be able to nourish his soul space with soul energy like before. The soul energy of a legendary rank was just like that. Was he going to have to kill and absorb soul energy? He let the Shadow Attendant activate the attribute panel and found that his mental power had increased from 11 to 11. 05. A soul at the peak of the legendary rank had only increased his mental power by 0.05. However, when David tried to open up his mental power easily rushed through 80 kilometers, 90 kilometers, and only stopped when it reached 100 kilometers. My mental power range has increased again, David said in disbelief. He had many talents, and their range was related to his mental power range. An increase in mental power range meant an increase in his talent ability. He was already in disbelief when he reached 80 kilometers. After absorbing the soul energy of a legendary rank, his mental power range had increased again. The Black Dragon Alexis was also speechless, but it could only explain to David, "Lord Arthur, every time your soul energy increases, your control of the small world in your soul space will increase. This increase is reflected in the increase of your mental power range." When the bald god created the Shadow Attendant, he probably did not expect a situation like David's. Although the Shadow Attendant could absorb soul energy, it was not that easy to absorb soul energy. If the followers of the evil gods wanted some souls of civilians, they would have to bribe the nobles and choose the most inconspicuous place on a remote planet. After that, they would have to hand over the scapegoat to the nobles. If the followers of the evil gods dared to kill humans in public to obtain souls, what awaited them would be the crazy attacks of shrines. Take the god of death, for example. Because he was too crazy, he suffered the crazy revenge of the shrines. Almost all of his followers in the secular world were exterminated. The shrines did not leave some followers of the evil gods behind because they were unable to exterminate them. Without the followers of the evil gods, whether it was the night, the shrine's priests, or the night priests, they would not have a target. Then, the knight would become enemies and kill each other, which would waste their strength. In order to train the soldiers and give the knight something to do, the shrines acquiesced to the existence of some of the followers of the evil gods. But even so, massacring humans to collect souls was strictly forbidden. The bald god created the shadow attendant to study the application of souls. The bald god had never thought of absorbing soul energy through the shadow attendant. David, on the other hand, relied on the shadow attendant. Ever since the Interstellar Federation, he had been constantly absorbing soul energy. When he was in the Interstellar Federation, he was an elite of the Academy. He was the Kaji of the military. Through participating in wars and killing enemies, he obtained a large amount of soul energy. In the great world of God, he was a noble, a knight, and a side of justice. Although the shrines had some complaints about David's actions, as his influence increased, such complaints had long disappeared. The fundamental difference between David and the followers of the evil gods was his identity: noble, persecuted, and vengeful. Although his actions were extreme, they were not seen as evil. Return to the Guardian Planet. I want to test the effect of the Emperor Inheritance Rune. Because the Death Dimension blocked the entry of the power of faith, David could not train here. He put away the Blade Mantis King and said to the Black Dragon Alexis, Chapter 9:67. When David came out of the death space, he immediately felt that something was different from before. Previously, due to the special shielding of the death space, the power of faith could not reach him. Now, the power of faith was once again lingering around him, and it was being absorbed by the Imperial Inheritance Pattern. The Imperial Inheritance Pattern was absorbing the power of faith at an extremely fast speed. The power of faith was absorbed almost as soon as it appeared. However, even though the power of faith was being absorbed by the Imperial Inheritance Pattern, David still felt that the power of faith was many times more than before. It was as if his power of faith had increased by tens or even hundreds of times. David was a little confused. He did not know what had happened. Since he was only a level 5 knight of the temple, he did not have the ability to trace the source of the power of faith. Alexis, did you notice any changes in my power of faith? David asked Black Dragon Alexis to confirm that he was not mistaken. Lord Arthur, why is your power of faith so dense? This is very abnormal. Black Dragon Alexis sensed and could not help but feel strange. David mobilized all of his calculation and analysis ability and began to think about the source of the power of faith. The Knight of the Great World of God was the original source of his faith. After he received the title of Invincible Knight, he truly received the power of faith of the knights. After that, it was the soldiers of the Interstellar Federation. David confirmed this on the small scout ship. The Federation spared no effort in promoting him, especially after he became the Invincible Knight. This part of the power of faith was added later. Although David did not know how much there was, the overall ratio would not change much. It was about half of the power of faith of the knight. This was probably related to the fact that the people of the Interstellar Federation did not have any faith. Even if they worshipped someone, they would not be able to generate much faith. However, the power of faith added up was not enough to increase the power of faith in a short period of time. No matter how much the great world of God and the Interstellar Federation promoted, it would not be able to increase the power of faith by so much in such a short period of time. One must know that David had only been in the space for a few hours. How could there be such a big change in such a short time? David thought back to the changes he had undergone in the past few hours. He now had Blade Domain, which increased his combat ability and had nothing to do with this. The increase in soul energy and spiritual range shouldn't have anything to do with faith. The only thing related to faith was the Emperor Inheritance Rune. When David noticed the Emperor Inheritance Rune, a guess arose in his heart. Alexis, can you feel the power of faith in my body? What's the difference between the total amount of power of faith in the Blade Mantis King when we were in front of the portal? David asked the Black Dragon Alexis. The black dragon Alexis felt the power of faith in David's body and recalled the scene when he killed the Blade Mantis King. A strange look flashed in his eyes. "Lord Arthur, how can the total amount of power of faith in your body be denser than that of the Blade Mantis King?" The black dragon Alexis asked in confusion. This didn't make sense at all. The power of faith was an extremely important high-end resource in any world. The reason why there were so few title knights in the great world of God was because once a title knight was conferred, the power of faith in the great world of God would be shared to a certain extent. Although the faith of a titled knight wasn't strong and was only concentrated among knights and nobles, the influence of this group of people was still great. A long-term faith would slowly affect the people around them. This was the case in the great world of God, and it was the same in the Zerg world. How could the Zerg race, who originally believed in the Blade Mantis King, change their faith to David, a raider? Could it be that the Zerg race's faith isn't directed towards a specific Zerg race, but towards the Emperor Inheritance rune? David muttered to himself. That's highly possible. The black dragon Alexis couldn't help but nod in agreement. The Zerg race, especially the low-level ones, had extremely low intelligence. The Zerg race might be able to add faith to the genes of the low-level Zerg race, but it was extremely troublesome to constantly change the target of their faith. Moreover, even if there was such a method, it would be too much work compared to the Zerg race's huge population. It would be very difficult to achieve. In fact, after the Zerg race had killed all the living beings in their world, and only the Zerg race was left, the original Queen Mother ruled the world. This powerful Zerg race had conquered many worlds and obtained various god-tier cultivation methods. She had created a solution to the Zerg race's difficulty in producing god-tier beings. Originally, the Zerg race only had a small number of Imperial bloodline Zergs. They could only become god-tier through endless battles and countless tests of life and death. The probability was so low that the Zerg race didn't even have a single god-tier being for tens of thousands of years. The original Queen Mother used the Zerg race's rules to select Zergs with Imperial bloodline within the Zerg race to create the Imperial Inheritance rune. All the Zergs only needed to believe in the Imperial Inheritance rune. They didn't need to believe in any particular Zerg race. This solved the problem of faith. The Imperial Inheritance rune didn't need to be cultivated by the Zerg race. The Imperial Inheritance rune operated automatically and converted the power of faith into godly power. It used the godly power to increase the speed of cultivation. Originally, only god-tier Zergs had godly power. If a young Imperial bloodline Zerg had godly power, how fast would the Imperial bloodline Zerg race grow? The dangerous and unpredictable cultivation became a safe cultivation that only required the power of faith to continuously improve. The Zerg race only needed to continuously search for more resources to increase the number of Zergs and ensure the source of the power of faith. Of course, the rules of the world didn't allow too many god tiers to appear. The number of Imperial Inheritance runes in the Zerg race was maintained at close to 10. It could be said that the appearance of an Imperial Inheritance rune in the Zerg race with a new god tier being added to the Zerg race. On the other hand, the loss of an Imperial Inheritance rune in the Zerg race meant the loss of a god-tier Zerg race. The god-tier Zerg that lost the Imperial Inheritance rune would slowly weaken until they completely fell out of god tier or even demigod tier. One had to know that losing the Imperial Inheritance rune meant losing the source of the power of faith. The Imperial Inheritance rune was indeed very powerful. It turned the complicated god-tier cultivation process into an automatic one. It allowed the Zerg race, who didn't have much intelligence to begin with, to have the power of faith to become a god. The low-level Zergs that were originally ordered to attack the Guardian planet received a new order. The more powerful level 4 Zergs would take over the attack. Other than a portion of the low-level Zergs that had already chased after the Zerg race, the rest of the low-level Zergs still stayed behind the portal. These low-level insectoids instinctively began to pray, constantly producing faith power. This was what the low-level insectoids had been doing for their entire lives. However, They didn't know that their faith was being transmitted to the same world as them, the human who had the Emperor Inheritance rune. Of course, to the low-level Zergs, they couldn't think about this. They could only pray to the Imperial Inheritance rune. Since the Imperial Inheritance rune absorbed the power of faith very quickly, it was also constantly producing godly power. Under the effect of the Imperial Inheritance rune, the godly power spread throughout David's body and strengthened every part of his body. David realized that during this process, his mind had to be focused on his body because every body was different. Even the Zerg race's body was very different. The Imperial Inheritance rune required his mind to guide the godly power to strengthen. Just like how David didn't have an outer shell, he didn't need to continuously strengthen his skin. Of course, if he wanted to transform his skin into a Zerg shell, he could continue to strengthen his skin. Of course, this was impossible. Although the godly power had this ability, David couldn't accept it. David also realized that his bones didn't need to be strengthened. When the godly power was applied to his bones, there was no reaction. It was like a drop of water falling into the sea. This wasn't hard to understand. His bones came from the battle angel. After the battle angel was crushed by the time and space turbulence, the bones were still there. It could be seen that the bones were far stronger than a normal god's body. Just as David felt his body continue to improve, and he was thinking about how long it would take for him to become a legendary rank from a 5th-level temple knight, he felt a strong hunger. David hadn't felt this for a long time. After he became a 5th-level temple knight, his body could absorb the energy of space to replenish itself. If it wasn't for his instincts, and he didn't want to be too different from a normal person, he wouldn't have to eat for a long time. He could survive just by absorbing the energy. From David's point of view, it seemed that he would never be able to truly experience the feeling of hunger. Who knew that the hunger would be so strong today? David used his mind to scan the space pendant, and a big bag of food appeared in his hand. It was all food that his energy clone had cooked in his spare time. He took a bite of a delicious smoked fish, and half of it was bitten off. Then he ate the rest of the smoked fish in his second bite. He didn't even need to chew. With his current body, the smoked fish was completely crushed by the peristalsis of his stomach. David threw a big piece of beef in his mouth, and then he stuffed all kinds of food into his mouth. But this speed of eating still made him feel hungry, and the hunger was still increasing. When the Blade Mantis King ascended from level 5 to legendary, it absorbed the flesh and souls of tens of millions of insectoids into its body to complete the process of ascending to legendary. David's food was really a drop in the bucket. He quickly realized this. Although he was suffering from the torment of hunger, his mind was not affected in guiding the divine power. This was all thanks to his soul avatar, which allowed him to rely on only one soul avatar to guide the divine power. It would not affect him in doing other things. David had a great advantage in this regard. The Blade Mantis King was always focused when it was training, and he didn't dare to be distracted. David gave up on eating the food. Although the food was extremely delicious, the nutrients were not enough to support his needs. Fortunately, this was the headquarters of the Interstellar Federation. He stood up and went to the logistics department. Although David wasn't a soldier of the Federation, as the representative of the great world of God, he had a certain level of authority. He couldn't use weapons and equipment, but he could use some of the nutrient solutions. "Lord Arthur, what do you need?" The head of the logistics department came in front of David and saluted. "I need the most concentrated nutrient solution." David resisted the hunger and said with a natural smile on his face, "How much do you need? We have nutrient solutions here. Each nutrient solution can be made into 1,000 standard nutrient solutions." The head of the logistics department said with a smile. The main reason was that David's identity was a bit awkward. A lot of the military's sensitive resources couldn't be used, but they couldn't say it out loud either. Any words or actions of the head of the logistics department could affect the relationship between the great world of God and the Interstellar Federation. After a period of publicity, every soldier in the military now knew about Lord Arthur's position in the great world of God. No matter how harsh or difficult the request was, the head of the logistics department had to try his best to satisfy it. "Give me 100 kilograms first." David didn't know how much he needed, so he said casually. The head of the logistics department didn't hesitate at all, let alone 100 kilograms of nutrient solution. Even if David wanted to move all the nutrient solution here, it wouldn't be a problem. After all, the transportation route had been smooth recently. As long as he applied, a new batch of materials would arrive in half a day at most. The head of the logistics department personally moved 10 sealed steel bottles. Each bottle was 10 kilograms and placed them in front of David. David picked up one of the sealed steel bottles impatiently and opened it. This action made the head of the logistics department's face twitch uncontrollably, and he put some distance between himself and David. This sealed steel bottle required professional tools to open. It was sealed with special steel, but in David's hands, this thing was like a paper package. David picked up the sealed steel bottle and poured the nutrient solution into his mouth like drinking water. The head of the logistics department wanted to stop him, but when he thought of David's strength, he could only keep his hand on his ID bracelet. If there was a problem, he could call the medics over immediately. As a nutrient solution entered his stomach, David felt his hunger lessen by a lot. It had to be known that this nutrient solution only needed 100 grams per serving. It could be blended into 1,000 standard nutrient solutions, and one standard nutrient solution could satisfy the needs of a soldier for one meal. With one gulp, David could satisfy the needs of nearly 10,000 soldiers. Probably only the technology of the Interstellar Federation could satisfy David's needs at this moment. If he used food from the great world of God, even if he ate all the food in his dimensional pendant, it would still be far from enough to satisfy his needs. David was at the logistics department, drinking the nutrient solution mouthful by mouthful. Chapter 968. Within David's body, the divine power, generated by the Emperor Inheritance Rune, was automatically converted into the energy that a level 5 constitution needed the most. Due to the support of sufficient nutrients, his constitution was rapidly strengthening. His training had long since broken away from the knight's training and had little to do with a level 5 knight temple. The increase in the strength of a young black dragon was the increase in his constitution. David enjoyed the extreme speed of his training. He was a fake young black dragon, but from the nature of his soul, bloodline, and training method, he was a real young black dragon. Perhaps even the black dragon Alexis could not imagine the limits of David's constitution. David's state would not have appeared during the era of the dragons. During the era of the dragons, any life form that dared to absorb the soul origin of a black dragon would be hunted down by the black dragon. Not to mention, the black dragon would have to take the initiative to place its bloodline in their body. These actions were not allowed by the dragon race. Only in this era where the dragon race had disappeared from the great world of God would a special young black dragon like David appear. To be honest, using divine power to increase the strength of a level 5 life form was too extravagant. Even the 5 gods of the great world of God would not do such a thing. It must be known that this conversion rate was not worth it. Billions of devout believers had generated the power of faith, but it was only enough to maintain David's training needs. How much of the nutrient solution stock is left? David noticed that the nutrient solution stock was being consumed a little too quickly, so he asked the dumbfounded logistics supervisor. There are still 900 kilograms of stock left. The logistics supervisor came back to his senses and replied, "Then bring it all to me." David was delighted and said with a smile. This time, the head of the logistics department called for 2 armored soldiers to bring over the 900 kilograms of nutrient solution stock solution they needed. "Thank you." As David spoke, he scanned the nutrient solution with his spirit and stored it in his space pendant. He didn't stay there for long. He felt that his body was about to change. Although this was a federal military base, it couldn't withstand the power of a legendary. After David left, the head of the logistics department used his trembling hands to enter the whereabouts of the 1,000 kilograms of nutrient solution stock on the logistics list and made an explanation at the end. On the way to the command room, David was already regretting that he had started to fuse with the Emperor inheritance pattern. He was worried that he wouldn't make it in time since the vanguard of the insectoids would arrive soon. Admiral Francis, where are the insectoids? How long before the battle begins? Entering the command room, David asked Admiral Francis. If time didn't allow for it, David was prepared to forcefully suppress his advancement until he had time. Although his advancement was important, he was the one who invited the Federation Army. It was his responsibility to deal with the powerful insectoids for the Federation Army. Lord Arthur, the insectoids are a little strange. Just 30 minutes ago, we discovered that other than the 10 million insectoids at the front, the rest of the insectoids have stopped advancing. Admiral Francis replied. David's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that 30 minutes was the time he had fused with the Emperor Inheritance pattern into his body. Did the insectoids give up on the Emperor Inheritance pattern? However, he quickly discarded this thought. He had fused with the Emperor Inheritance pattern, so he naturally knew how important it was. The Emperor Inheritance rune was an automated pathway that led directly to the god level. David believed that even in the entire bug race, there wouldn't be many of these Emperor Inheritance runes. Otherwise, with the bug race's strength, they would have already swept through the various worlds. There was no way the insectoid world would give up on such an important inheritance. There was only one possibility: the insectoids would send out even stronger forces. Judging from the distance between the portal and the Guardian planet, this gave David a few more hours. The 10 million insectoids at the front didn't even need him to do anything. The Federation fleet and 2 level 5 Knight Templars were enough to deal with them. Admiral Francis, there is a high possibility that the insectoids will increase the number of high-tier insectoids. The Federation fleet needs to be prepared, David reminded. Lord Arthur, don't worry. The current number of ships is enough to protect the Guardian planet, Admiral Francis said confidently. David didn't explain much. This kind of thing couldn't be explained. I need to enter space. I will activate my identity bracelet at any time. You can contact me directly if you need anything, David finally said to Admiral Francis. Admiral Francis didn't stop David. It was a good thing that David was going to space. He could attack at any time there and wouldn't have to worry about backup. The nearby airspace was covered by the Federation's signal anyway, so the identity bracelet could be used. David left the command center and then soared into the sky. He felt the constant changes in his body, the energy transformed by the divine power, and the replenishment of the nutrient solution made him feel that his body was experiencing an unprecedented increase in strength. Admiral Francis operated the command screen in front of him. When David took to the air, he set David's signal to green. This signal would prevent the warship from attacking. David broke through the atmosphere of the Guardian planet. This time, he didn't summon the silver pterosaur. His aura was a little unstable, and there were constant bursts of aura around him. This was because his vitality was increasing too quickly, and he couldn't control his strength. In David's current state, only the Black Dragon Alexis didn't have to worry about being accidentally injured. After all, even if David's aura was a few times stronger, it wouldn't affect the Black Dragon Alexis at all. This is impossible. How can a human be so fast? In the command center of the carrier, a major general stared at the screen in front of him in disbelief. On the screen, the green dot representing David was moving at an extremely abnormal speed. It quickly passed through the fleet and rushed into space. Dexter Temple Knight, can you reach this speed as well? The Major General turned to the Knight of Dexter Temple, who was standing next to him, ready to fight at any time. If I use an energy clone, I can probably just barely keep up, the Knight of Dexter Temple said without much confidence. The Dexter Temple Knight couldn't understand the speed displayed on the screen, so he could only make an estimate. He thought that no matter how fast Lord Arthur was, he would at most be on par with the speed of the energy clone. The Knight of Nelson Temple shook his head. He didn't say anything to discourage the Knight of Dexter Temple. In his opinion, Lord Arthur's speed was probably much faster than their energy clones. David wasn't showing off his speed. It was just that he couldn't control his speed anymore. The continuous strengthening of his physique allowed him to improve in all aspects. Naturally, This was also the case for his speed. When David was flying at full speed, his speed exceeded his expectations. Fortunately, as long as the direction was right, it wouldn't be a problem to go a little faster in space. This was also why he immediately flew into space when he sensed his condition. Since the Emperor-level inheritance rune required faith to operate, and the death dimension that could accommodate legendary rank strength couldn't enter, he could only fly into space to avoid causing harm to the surroundings. Just as David thought, every aura around him had the power of rank 5. That wasn't something the Federation's command center could withstand. David continued to fly forward until he was 500 kilometers away from the fleet behind him. Then he stopped. He activated the divine artifact, Dark Shadow, and disappeared into space. The shadow space did not affect his absorption of the power of faith. David did this to prevent his advancement process from being broadcasted by the Interstellar Federation. If news of his advancement to the legendary rank was leaked, it would bring about unpredictable consequences. For a long time, the legendary rank had been a taboo in the great world of God. Apart from a few top nobles, very few people even knew about the legendary rank. David didn't want to reveal the fact that he had reached the legendary rank before he had a clear understanding of the 5 great temples' attitude towards the legendary rank. He kept pouring nutrient solution into his mouth. In a short time, he had already drunk more than 100 kilograms of nutrient solution. Black Dragon Alexis carefully checked on David's condition. This kind of advancement speed was too unbelievable for Black Dragon Alexis. He was worried that this kind of rapid advancement would negatively affect David's body. However, in his perception, David's condition was still within his control. It could only be said that the Emperor Inheritance rune was too high-end. Even Black Dragon Alexis had never seen this kind of special inheritance before. It could use the power of faith to transform into the energy required by the owner of the Emperor Inheritance rune, and use this energy to strengthen oneself. This kind of method would be a huge waste of the power of faith in any other world. The most important thing was that the power of faith from other worlds was not so easy to transfer. It was impossible to let the believers believe in one God today and another God tomorrow. How could they ensure the piety of their faith? Without pious faith, where would the power of faith come from? David's body vibrated. The sound of his blood flowing through his veins, the sound of his muscles tightening and relaxing. These sounds combined to form a glorious symphony of life. This was outer space, and sound couldn't be transmitted. Therefore, only David and Black Dragon Alexis could hear this sound. Black Dragon Alexis's eyes were filled with joy. This sound meant that David's constitution had reached its current limit. He was truly at the peak of rank 5. In this short period of time, David had jumped from the high rank of the 5th rank to the peak of the 5th rank. His soul had long since reached the legendary rank, and now that he had switched to training in the Black Dragon slumber, the legendary rank was no longer an obstacle to him. Inexplicably, David felt a burst of joy in his body. He also felt that his body had become closer to the world. Even his understanding of the law of strength and law of speed had improved a little from this joy. In that short moment, some of the secrets of the origin world were discovered by him. Unfortunately, this experience only lasted for a short period of time. As the pleasure of his body came to an end, he felt that the limits of his constitution had disappeared. His strength and speed had increased a little at this moment. It was this point that represented another realm. It meant that his body and soul had both reached the legendary rank. David wasn't too surprised by his advancement this time. Even if he didn't have the Emperor Inheritance rune, he would still be able to advance in a few years. He didn't have the time to properly appreciate the difference of being promoted to the legendary rank. The Emperor Inheritance pattern in his body continued to absorb the power of faith, but this time, it seemed that the legendary rank had truly transformed his body. He didn't feel as hungry as before. The Emperor Inheritance pattern continued to absorb the power of faith and continued to strengthen his constitution. He also needed to focus all of his soul avatar's attention on his body. The Emperor Inheritance pattern turned the power of faith into divine power, and then into the energy to strengthen the legendary rank. Under the command of David's soul avatar, this energy continued to strengthen his constitution. Even his small soul space was affected. A part of the divine power was converted into soul energy and entered the soul space, strengthening his soul in this way. David was amazed at the speed at which the insectoids were increasing their strength. He didn't know how important the emperor inheritance pattern was. There were less than 10 of them in a single insectoid world. Lord Arthur, be careful. The insectoids have reached the attack range of the long-range main cannons. Please retreat to a safe area. Francis sent a message through his identity bracelet. David had completed his promotion, so he naturally wouldn't stay here. He didn't want to taste the power of the main cannons of the battleships. He turned off the shadow ability of the divine weapon Dark Shadow and left the shadow space. He appeared in space. Then David returned to the fleet. It was at this time that the battleships launched their attack. It was because of David's appearance that the fleet could attack without worry. In the weapon aiming system of all the battleships, David's position was marked in green. When attacking, they would automatically avoid his position. Before, David was in stealth mode, so Francis didn't dare to give the order to attack. He was afraid that David would be in the attack range. Beams of energy shot out from not far away, but David wasn't too worried. He was very sensitive to danger. As long as the fleet didn't aim at him together, he could sense the attack in advance and dodge. In fact, there aren't many battleships that can pose a threat to David. The spaceship carriers and the giant planet destroyer cannons are the only weapons on the defense line that can threaten him. Even if the other main cannons hit him, they won't cause much damage. David suddenly realized that his growth had reached a level where as long as the Interstellar Federation didn't send out an army-level fleet, they couldn't threaten his life. Chapter 969. Tens of millions of insectoids charged toward the Guardian planet in a dense formation. The battle was taking place over a range of 10,000 kilometers. Through the prearranged scouting devices, the long-range main cannons could accurately aim at the target. Of course, given how densely packed the insectoids were, as long as the general direction was correct, almost every cannon shot would not miss. This was a seemingly unfair battle. The insectoids, who could only fight a short to medium range, were constantly being slaughtered by powerful long-range weapons, even though they could not see any enemies. However, the insectoids relied on their advantage in numbers to constantly push forward. Their goal was not to attack the Guardian planet's warships, but to clear out the scouting devices along the way. Every scouting device floating in space was the eyes of the Guardian planet's Federation fleet. The insectoids had controlled the Federation officers on Warstar and knew the flaws of many warships, so they naturally had ways to deal with them. In this sort of ultra-long-range attack, if there were no scouting devices ahead, they could only wait for the target to enter the warship's active scanning range. That would greatly increase the danger to the entire warship. "We've lost 9,000 kilometers," Admiral Francis said with a solemn expression. The Federation had fought with the insectoids for countless years, but they had never encountered an insectoid with such a clear strategy in space. Tens of millions of Zergs used the bodies of their comrades in front of them as cover in order to get closer and destroy as much of the scouting equipment as possible. All the scouting devices 9,000 kilometers away were destroyed, reducing the fleet's attack range by 1,000 kilometers, and this distance was still decreasing. "Admiral, should we use the giant planet destroyer cannons to clear them out?" a staff officer suggested. Admiral Francis shook his head and said, "These are only insectoids below level 3. Using the planet destroyer cannons will expose the location of the planet destroyer cannons, which will make them lose the advantage of surprise attacks. We need to kill at least a few level 5 insectoids to show our strength to the great world of God." The great world of God and the Interstellar Federation had a cooperative relationship, but in this cooperative relationship, both sides needed to establish their respective positions. During the cooperation with Warstar, the Federation had used Kaji as the bottom-level combatant, while the great world of God dealt with the higher-level combatants. However, the reason why the relationship between the two sides had always been relatively equal was because the Federation's warships had achieved glorious results in space battles back then. Admiral Francis' mission was not just to reinforce the great world of God, but also to show the nobles of the great world of God their strength so that they could gain an advantageous position in the future. Of millions of years, 8,000 meters lost. After a while, General Francis said again, even under the constant attacks of the fleet's main cannons, they had only managed to kill a few million insectoids. If there were many existences like Lord Arthur in the great world of God, the consequences would be too terrifying. Fortunately, according to the intelligence, no one in the great world of God had heard of Lord Arthur's strength before. In addition, Lord Arthur's attitude toward the Interstellar Federation was extremely good, so Admiral Francis was very relieved. In space, 15 Level 5 insectoids stopped 10,000 meters away. They did not participate in the attack and only waited in the sky. The God-level insectoid had given the order, and even stronger insectoids were on their way. The original plan of attacking Tula had been changed. The insectoid's original plan was to use countless insectoids to forcefully attack Tula and then use Tula as a base to establish the insectoid's first foothold in the great world of God. The unique characteristic of the insectoids was that once they established a foothold in a certain world, it was almost impossible to completely wipe out all the insectoids in that foothold. Countless insectoid eggs and larvae could absorb all sorts of resources underground and transform into insectoids of various levels. Unless the planet was destroyed, it would be very difficult to completely wipe out all the insectoids. However, to the God-level insectoid commanding this attack, nothing was more important than the Imperial inheritance pattern. The insectoid's target changed to the Guardian Planet. The Guardian Planet was a planet with almost no resources, and its value was far lower than Tula's. However, behind the Guardian Planet was the space of the Warring Planet. The insectoids could use the Guardian Planet as a springboard to take down the Warring Planet, and then use the Warring Planet's resources to attack the great world of God or the Interstellar Federation. Of course, these were all excuses the God-level insectoids came up with. It was all because of the Imperial inheritance pattern. If the God-level insectoid lost the Imperial inheritance pattern, their strength would drop out of God level. When that happened, their status in the insectoids would become ordinary. An insectoid without an Imperial inheritance pattern would just be an ordinary insectoid. The God-level insectoid was not prepared to let the other God-level insectoids know about this, much less the Queen. An ownerless Imperial inheritance pattern would cause the insectoids to go crazy. Whether it was the other God-level insectoids or the Queen, they all had juniors that they wanted. If they found out that an Imperial inheritance pattern had been taken away and the God-level insectoid had lost its master, they would definitely do anything to get it back for their juniors. The insectoids also had their own selfish motives. Otherwise, why would the God-level insectoid choose his own junior, the Blade Mantis King, out of all the other insectoids? At this point, other than David, who had some guesses, no one else on the Guardian Planet knew how cruel the upcoming war would be. In the golden tent of the shrines on Tula's star, the 5 bishops of the 5 major shrines and Chairman Gould were all sitting in the hall. As for the spiritual avatars of the 5 bishops, they had left long before the award ceremony. Their job was to serve their respective gods. It was enough for the bishops to participate in worldly affairs. The Supreme Council has lost more than 10 starships. We've confirmed that the insectoid's attack is not on Tula's star, but on the Guardian Planet. Shrines, please activate the teleportation to the Guardian Planet. We need a station knights there. The Interstellar Federation's battleship and the 3 knights will not be able to stop the insectoid's full-scale attack. Chairman Gould said in a deep voice. In order to gather information about the direction of the portal, the Supreme Council had mobilized their subordinate knight regiment. This regiment of knights almost never had any actual combat opportunities. However, they had a great reputation. This was because those who could enter this regiment of knights were all genius knights among the ordinary nobles. Chairman Gould, please wait for a while, Bishop Evans said with a wave of his hand. Bishop Evans took out a staff, and a white light lit up at the tip of the staff. He then drew a pattern in the air while chanting softly. Chairman Gould knew that Bishop Evans was casting a theurgy. Tula Star was now in the war space. In particular, the main city of Tula was blessed by the 5 shrines. Any theurgy would be greatly enhanced. Bishop Evans chanted for a minute before completing the drawing of the pattern in front of him. He then yelled and injected his mental energy into the pattern. A beam of light shot from the huge shrines of justice outside the main city. It passed through the golden tent and shot into the pattern, causing it to become even brighter. Bishop Evans' body trembled slightly. He tried his best to maintain the pattern. All of a sudden, he spat out blood, and the pattern dissipated. Bishop Evans, you clearly know that the Zergs have god-level powerhouses. Why did you still use the prophecy spell? Bishop Bolin of the Earth Shrines hurriedly cast a healing theurgy. After receiving the healing theurgy from Bishop Bolin, Bishop Evans' expression eased a little. He smiled and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. With the blessing of the shrines, the prophecy spell may not be fully effective, but I can still get some news, Bishop Evans said after resting for a while. The prophecy spell was a special theurgy of the Shrines of Justice. However, the price to pay for casting this theurgy was rather high because prophecies were going against the world laws. Not to mention, there were also god-level powerhouses among the targets of the prophecy, which made the backlash of the prophecy spell even more severe. Bishop Evans was not joking with his own life. He believed that in such an environment, he would at most suffer some injuries. He would definitely not lose his life. Of course, the prophecy spell could not really predict the future. It could only find fragments of what had already happened. Under Bishop Evans' prophecy spell, he did not see the battle scene of the Black Dragon Alexis, nor did he see the god-level Zerg attack. These were all related to god-level powerhouses, so there was no way he could make a prophecy. When casting the prophecy spell, Bishop Evans purposely skipped the moment when the god-level powerhouse would attack. Instead, he focused on the Zerg's movements after Lord Arthur's attack. Chairman Gould, your investigation was correct. The Zergs have indeed shifted their target to the Guardian planet. Although the prophecy spell did not succeed completely, it did show some images. The Zergs attacking the Guardian planet were mostly level 4. There were even level 5 Zergs participating in the attack. Bishop Evans continued with a smile. I thank you on behalf of the Supreme Council, Bishop Evans. Chairman Gould naturally knew that Bishop Evans had paid a hefty price for doing so. He was truly grateful. For now, let's talk about how we can reinforce the Guardian planet. Bishop McKinley interjected. Bishop McKinley, Bishop Bolin, and Bishop Evans all had a good relationship with Lord Arthur. They all knew how dangerous Lord Arthur was at this moment. The Zergs changed their target because Lord Arthur had angered the god-level Zerg. This matter is also related to the shrines. Please think a way to reinforce them. Chairman Gould said with a bow. He did not have any scruples. The reason Lord Arthur had gone to the portal was because of the mission issued by the shrines. Although the mission was not completed, the shrine's mission was related to god-level powerhouses. Hence, it was not the incompetence of the people carrying out the mission, but the shrine's problem. In particular, although Lord Arthur did not complete the mission of sealing the portal, he had killed a legendary level Zerg. This was most likely the reason why he had angered the god-level Zerg. Now that the Guardian planet was in danger, the shrines could not just stand by and do nothing. The Guardian planet was also the territory of the great world of God. It could not be completely defended by the Interstellar Federation. Bishop Bolin of the Earth Shrines, Bishop McKinley of the War Shrines, Bishop Evans of the Just Shrines, Bishop Dominic of the Welsh Shrines, and Bishop Bolivar of the Knowledge Shrines looked at each other and nodded gently. In this silent exchange of glances, they reached a consensus on a certain matter. President Gould, it's not that there is no portal on the Guardian planet. There is a directional portal hidden on the Guardian planet. However, the activation of this directional portal requires the joint decision of the 5 shrines. Now that the Guardian planet is in danger, we agree to activate this directional portal. Bishop Bolin said to President Gould with a smile. The relationship between Bishop Bolin and Chairman Gould was no secret. It was also due to Chairman Gould's rise in status that Bishop Bolin's status in the Terrene Shrine had also risen. This was why Bishop Bolin had the chance to take part in commanding a battle of this level. Chairman Gould did not seem surprised to hear about the teleportation portal on the Guardian planet. Although he had only taken over the position of chairman for a short period of time, after the war broke out, he specially checked the relevant information left in the Supreme Council and saw the information about the teleportation portal on the Guardian planet. The portal on the Guardian planet was a directional portal, which meant that this portal could only be connected to another designated portal. This directional portal was also affected by the situation of the shrines blocking the portals. Under normal circumstances, it could not be activated. Only when the shrines removed the restriction could the portal be activated. The reason for the existence of this directional portal was to provide support to the Guardian planet under special circumstances. Previously, when the Guardian planet was attacked by the Zergs, the shrines did not activate this directional portal when the Dexter Shrine Knight and the Nelson Shrine Knight requested for help. The reason was that the directional portal at that time was connected to another portal on Tula Star. At that time, Tula Star was also being attacked by the Zergs, and the shrines were already prepared to abandon Tula Star. Hence, they did not have the spare energy to support the Guardian planet. If Lord Arthur had not come to support Tula Star might have already fallen into the hands of the Zergs. The 5 bishops and President Gould arrived at a ruin that used to be the castle of the main city. After that battle, most of the buildings here were destroyed. President Gould's level 5 bloodline power swept across and cleared the ground, revealing an underground passage that was completely made of rocks. They entered the underground passage, which was protected by the patterns. Hence, it was not affected or damaged by the battle. The 6 of them descended to a depth of 20 meters, where an underground space appeared. An ancient single-person portal appeared in front of them. I didn't expect that we would have the honor of activating this portal with our own hands, Bishop Bolin said with a smile. Chapter 970. There hadn't been any major battles on the Guardian planet for thousands of years, so this special portal connected to the Guardian planet had never been opened. Let's do it, McKinley said impatiently. The 5 bishops took out their staffs, and the runes representing their gods flashed. The single ancient portal that hadn't been used for thousands of years seemed to have shed its old clothes. The dust on the surface of the single ancient portal was lifted up by an invisible force, revealing the runes inside. The materials used to build the portal were extremely precious, and even time couldn't affect it much. After the dust was removed, it looked brand new. The runes on the single ancient portal flashed one after another, and when all the runes were lit up, the 5 bishops put down their staffs. Lord Arthur, there's a spatial ripple near the Guardian planet. Please check it out. Bishop Francis' voice sounded from the identity bracelet, letting David know through the vibration. Bishop Francis knew that if the insectoids were to use a wormhole, only Lord Arthur would be able to seal it. Therefore, he sent a message to Lord Arthur as soon as the device detected the spatial ripple. "I'll go right away," David replied without hesitation and sped back to the Guardian planet. Fortunately, he had retreated to the vicinity of the Guardian planet, so he didn't have to interfere with the long-range attacks of the Federation battleships. The level of the insectoids this time was too low, so he stayed behind at the periphery of the Guardian planet. After reaching the legendary stage, David's speed was even more terrifying. He just didn't have the time. Otherwise, given the insights he had gained during his breakthrough, he would have been able to improve his grasp of the edicts of strength and edicts of speed. Even though his rule of speed hadn't improved by much, the physical strength brought about by the advancement of a major level allowed him to fly much faster than before. David was a little anxious afraid that the insectoids would land on the Guardian planet and destroy its defense system. The Guardian planet's defense system was a weapon against space, and the federal military had never considered the possibility of the insectoids landing, nor did they need to. Once the insectoids landed, the federal military would lose their long-range advantage, and the war would become even more difficult. From the moment the spatial energy fluctuated to the moment the one-way portal was successfully connected, it took a total of 5 minutes. The reason why it took so long was because the 5 bishops needed to activate the long-distance portal, and the 2 portals had been idle for thousands of years, so it would take some time for them to recover. David arrived at the location of the spatial energy fluctuation and released his spiritual detection. Although the underground environment suppressed the range of his spiritual detection, he was still able to detect a distance of tens of meters. He saw a hidden space under the ground. An ancient small teleportation gate was emitting white light, and spatial energy was gathering. David was stunned. There was a portal on the Guardian planet. When he first arrived at the great world of God, he had heard that the Guardian planet was the only planet in the entire great world of God where portals could not be used. Even the star realm of chaos could not use teleportation gates. Worcester's resources had to be transported back to the great world of God using spaceships. Today, David found out that it was not that the Guardian planet did not have a portal, but that the portal had never been opened. David understood why the portal was not opened. Even in the Interstellar Federation, portals would not be casually set up in war zones. Once the insectoids occupied the portals could be used by the insectoids. He even thought that another reason why the portal was not opened on the Guardian planet was to seal off the Interstellar Federation's culture. Think about it. With the star realm of chaos isolating the Interstellar Federation from the great world of God, aside from a few knights and nobles who needed to go to the Guardian planet, normal nobles had no way of coming into contact with the Interstellar Federation. Even items belonging to the Interstellar Federation would be isolated from the star realm of chaos, making it extremely difficult to transport them. In addition, the great world of God had strictly sealed off all items belonging to the Interstellar Federation on the Guardian planet, so the great world of God was basically unaffected by the Interstellar Federation. The Interstellar Federation and the great world of God had established diplomatic relations for almost 10,000 years, and the Federation's culture had never been able to enter the great world of God during this time. This was a testament to the success of this blockade. The Interstellar Federation advocated freedom and equality. Although it was difficult to fully realize this in reality, this spirit of freedom and equality was the core of the Federation's people. The great world of God was the exact opposite. All the wealth and power were concentrated in the hands of the nobles, and the commoners had very little chance to even go out, let alone understand the outside world. It was hard to imagine what kind of changes would occur if the commoners of the great world of God accepted the Interstellar Federation's spirit of freedom and equality. Perhaps even the shrines would not allow such a thing to happen. Just as he was thinking, his mind sensed an even greater fluctuation in the dimensional energy in the portal, and a figure appeared. Chairman Gould. David was a little surprised that the first person to arrive was Chairman Gould. His mind locked onto the underground space. Originally, he could only move 10 meters into the space, but after he became a legendary, the distance had increased to 100 meters. At this time, he did not need the help of the silver pterodactyl and directly appeared in the underground space. When David arrived in the underground space, Chairman Gould's teleportation process was still ongoing. He was waiting by the side with a smile. While Chairman Gould was still in the teleportation energy protection, he saw David and laughed. "Lord Arthur, I'm relieved to see you at first sight." Chairman Gould no longer treated David as a junior. Instead, he treated David as an equal. Hence, when he spoke to David, he spoke as if he was a peer. "Chairman Gould, why have you come in person?" David smiled and bowed. "What did you do to make the God-level insectoids change their target? The Guardian planet is now the main target of the insectoids." Chairman Gould's dimensional energy protection disappeared, and he returned a bow to David and shook his head. I'm a little suspicious that the legendary level insectoid I killed was the child of a god-level insectoid. After I killed that legendary level insectoid, all the other insectoids began to chase after me. Fortunately, the Federation's battleship brought me back. David replied half-truthfully. At this time, the second teleportation light flashed, and Bishop McKinley's figure appeared. Bishop McKinley, long time no see. David waited for Bishop McKinley's teleportation light to stabilize before greeting him with a smile. Invincible Knight, Lord Arthur, you surprised me quite a bit, Bishop McKinley said with a smile. David waved his hand and said, let's not talk about that title. If I wasn't a lord, I'd prefer to be called by my name. In the great world of God, as the lord of a top noble, David had to consider the interests of the lords as a group, and it was not good for him to be a maverick. Lord Arthur, you can be considered the master of the Guardian Planet. When the other bishops arrive, we'll have to trouble you for a meal. We all came here with empty stomachs. Bishop McKinley said as he walked out of the teleportation gate. That's not a problem, David said with a smile. His attention was on the other bishops, which meant that the shrines had sent many bishops. After that, bishops appeared one after another. David only knew Bishop Bolin from the Temple of the Earth God and Bishop Evans from the Temple of Justice. These two bishops could be considered as good friends, so they were very enthusiastic when they met. Bishop Dominic of the Wealth Shrines and Bishop Bolivar of the Knowledge Shrines looked at the way the three shrines interacted with Lord Arthur with envy. At their position, it was not easy to make friends with people who did not have many conflicts of interest. Lord Arthur had no other requests for shrines, whether in terms of reputation or strength. In fact, the shrines would often ask Lord Arthur for help because of the red wine from Cami Star and the fact that they often had to rely on Lord Arthur's battle strength. Becoming friends with Lord Arthur would only bring benefits to themselves. Bishop Evans and Bishop McKinley, for example, had recently risen in status and had become strong competitors for the next archbishop. This was because of their friendship with Lord Arthur. In fact, the current Lord Arthur was even more influential than Chairman Gould. With 13 fifth-level knights following him, Lord Arthur was publicly acknowledged as an invincible knight. In the great world of God, where strength was everything, Lord Arthur's hidden influence was extremely shocking. Lord Arthur, there's a war space on Tula, so we'll be transferring some knights here to participate in the defense, Bishop McKinley said to David as he walked. David had 13 fifth-level knights on Tula, so he was naturally very familiar with the situation on Tula. The safety of Tula Star was naturally not an issue. Ever since he saw the small war temple unleash the mighty power of the war god through the eyes of the temple knight Harlow, he understood another function of the temple. There were 5 huge shrines near the main city of Tula. According to the situation of the small war shrines, these 5 huge shrines could release an even more terrifying divine attack. Unless the god-level Zerg entered the great world of God, no Zerg would be able to break through this defense. In fact, when a Zerg did not break through the defense of Tula in the shortest time possible, it meant that the Zerg had lost this war. The Zerg's battle strength that could enter the great world of God was limited. At most, they could only become 5th-level Zerg. Even the legendary Zerg had to be raised by the god-level Zerg, taking a huge risk. A small number of 5th-level Zergs and a large number of other Zergs would still be very powerful before the great world of God could react in time. The strongest battle strength on the surface of the great world of God was only 5th level. It would take a lot of time to gather 5th-level combatants, and even more time to build a perfect defense system. When the shrines had time to build a perfect defense system, the Zerg would no longer have the chance to end the war quickly. This war would become an endless war of attrition. A portal with a diameter of only 20 meters could not support such a level of attrition. Let's go to the Federation headquarters and meet Admiral Francis of the Federation. When the knight arrives later, he will also need to cooperate with the Federation battleships in battle. David said to the 6 of them with a smile after arriving on the ground. I also want to meet Admiral Francis and express the gratitude of the Supreme Council in person, Chairman Gould said with a smile. The 5 bishops also smiled and nodded. They would not intervene in diplomatic matters, but their appearance was more to represent the attitude of the great world of God. When they arrived at the headquarters, Admiral Francis was already waiting at the entrance on the ground. After hearing the identities of the 6 guests, he changed into a concierge uniform and brought all the high-ranking officers in the headquarters to greet them. Of course, Admiral Francis had to be careful. This was the highest-level meeting between the Interstellar Federation and the great world of God in 1,000 years. The Interstellar Federation was a little weaker. Admiral Francis' status could not be compared to Grand Marshal Andre. But at this time, the Interstellar Federation was under military control, and the military status was higher than before. Admiral Francis was also considered an important leader of the Federation. The great world of God was even more terrifying. The chairman of the Supreme Council and the 5 bishops of the 5 major shrines were all people of high status. If it wasn't for the circumstances, General Francis would have transferred the band and the concierge soldiers over. Only then would it reflect the grand welcome of the Federation. On behalf of the federal military, I welcome Chairman Gould and the 5 bishops. Admiral Francis saluted the Federation, and the dozen officers behind him saluted at the same time. On behalf of the Supreme Council of the Great World of God, I also thank the Interstellar Federation for lending a helping hand when the Great World of God needed it the most. I also thank Admiral Francis for personally leading the operation. Chairman Gould smiled and returned the salute. These 5 beside me are the bishops of the 5 major shrines of the Great World of God. Although David had already informed him before, Chairman Gould still introduced them. This introduction was a little vague, and there was no separate introduction. Admiral Francis also understood the meaning behind it. The shrines of the great world of God would not have any contact with people outside the world. The 5 bishops were believers of God, and they had to keep a distance from the non-believers of the Interstellar Federation. Welcome, 5 bishops. Admiral Francis also saluted. He then turned around and invited, "Please follow me. The battle is still ongoing, and the army still needs my command." If it were any other time, Admiral Francis would naturally find a meeting room to have a good chat with Chairman Gould. However, the battle was still ongoing, and he could not leave his post for too long. The situation of the battle could change at any time, and he had to maintain command of the army. "We came too suddenly and affected your command," Chairman Gould said with a smile. In a good atmosphere, a group of people walked into the command room. On the huge command screen in the command room, the shrunken battleships were constantly attacking, and the red dots representing the Zergs were constantly decreasing. This kind of direct view of the battle situation greatly interested Chairman Gould. As the inheritor of the White Dragon bloodline, he had learned how to command in battle, and naturally knew the advantages of direct view of the battle situation. Chapter 971. Admiral Francis didn't avoid the great world of God's intentions. This kind of command system wasn't something that could be learned just by looking at it a few times. Without the corresponding knowledge and technical support, it was impossible to achieve. Moreover, the great world of God wasn't good at space warfare, so they didn't have any super long-range attack methods. 6,000 meters lost. Admiral Francis looked at the battlefield data on the screen and announced in a deep voice. Just when he went out to welcome the guests from the great world of God, the Zergs had advanced another 2,000 meters. The Interstellar Federation's long-range attack is indeed worthy of its reputation. They were able to wipe out the Zergs from such a long distance. Chairman Gould couldn't help but praise. Although Chairman Gould was near the portal and led the knight to kill a large number of Zergs, that kind of attack could cause casualties at any time. How could he not be envious when the Interstellar Federation's fleet was able to kill the enemy from such a long distance that couldn't be sensed or seen? If the great world of God had this kind of ability, they wouldn't have lost 2,000 level 4 Sky Knight and many level 5 Temple Knight. They wouldn't have been unable to fight back when facing the Zerg's super long-range attack. The Federation's battleships can only maintain their advantage in super long-range attacks. Once they get close to the battleships, their power will be greatly reduced. In terms of close combat, I still admire the great world of God's night. Admiral Francis said with a smile as he glanced at David, who was smiling beside him. It was because of David that Admiral Francis could be at ease and not worry about a level 5 Zerg surprise attack. The Interstellar Federation's Kaji and Transcendent had no power to fight back in front of the level 5 Zergs. They didn't even have the qualifications to stop the level 5 Zergs. This time, we'll work together. Our knight will defend in close combat, while the Federation's battleships will attack from afar. This way, the Zergs won't be able to advance an inch. Chairman Gould suggested, "We welcome the knight into the battlefield. I will arrange for someone to coordinate with the knight." General Francis replied with a smile. A cooperation of great significance was achieved just like that. There was no contract, no ceremony, and the cooperation officially began as the main cannon of the Federation warship fired. David had been watching from the side. Like the 5 bishops, he did not say anything. This was a diplomatic matter, so it was only natural that President Gould would handle it. General Francis arranged for a lieutenant general to follow President Gould. This lieutenant general was a transcendent. His task was to lead dozens of transcendent military officers to participate in the coordination of Knight's actions. Only the transcendent could barely keep up with the Knight's speed in space. After all, the lowest Knight that could fight in space was a level 4 Sky Knight. Ordinary Federation Kaji could hardly keep up with their speed, even with the help of his exoskeleton armor. Bishop McKinley, what arrangements have the shrines made on the Guardian planet? David asked casually as he led the 5 bishops to rest. He did not care about the battle. Of course, David was not asking casually. If the shrines were to start a small war on the Guardian planet, he would naturally run as far as he could. Anyway, with the support of the Supreme Council and the shrines, there would not be any problems with the defense of the Guardian planet. The shrines won't send anyone over anymore. We're just here to take a look. We'll be returning to Tulis soon. The battle here will still be led by President Gould and the Knight. Bishop McKinley said as he shook his head. There are too many non-believers here, and they're all allies. It's not convenient for the shrines to intervene. Bishop Bolin then explained. David nodded. The shrines must have considered that the soldiers of the Interstellar Federation were all non-believers. Once the priests used theurgy, it might affect all the non-believers. Not to mention, most of the soldiers of the Federation were ordinary people. Even Kaji would not be able to resist theurgy. No wonder there were almost no priests on the War Star. It was probably because of this. Without waiting for President Gould, David entertained the 5 bishops in the dining room at his room. As for President Gould, he was already too busy to eat. The battle was still in progress. President Gould needed to mobilize Knight to the Guardian planet, but the speed of the small one-way teleportation gate was very slow. In order to form a fighting force, he had to prioritize the level 5 Knight of the Holy Cathedral. The first to be mobilized was David's 13 level 5 Knight of the Holy Cathedral. They were considered to be under President Gould's direct command, so they could be mobilized first to lead the rest of the Knight of the Holy Cathedral. The 5 bishops were naturally very satisfied with the meal, especially Bishop Dominic and Bishop Bolivar. They tasted something they would never forget, and the smiles on their faces became even more sincere. After the meal, General Francis sent the latest battle report. Lord Arthur, the insectoids have been wiped out. The closest they've advanced is 3,000 meters. Good news, this batch of insectoids has been wiped out, David said to the 5 bishops with a smile. The next batch of insectoids will be very difficult to deal with. There will be a large number of level 4 insectoids participating in the attack. Bishop Evans reminded. David glanced at Bishop Evans. He could feel that the bishop's aura was a little weak. The bishop's words sounded like he had used some sort of method to detect the movements of the insectoids. Bishop Evans, where did you get this information? David asked. It must be known that the distance between the insectoids and the fleet was 3,000 meters. Although this distance was still very far, if they were level 4 insectoids, The main cannons of the battleships would not be able to kill them all in one shot like how they killed the lower-level insectoids. A distance of 3,000 meters could be crossed in a very short time. Level 4 insectoids with strong defense could even take a hit from the main cannons of the battleships without dying. Bishop Evans used a prophecy spell in order to check on the insectoids. It injured him quite badly. Bishop Bolivar replied on behalf of Bishop Evans. David was shocked. Although he did not know much about divinity, there is a saying about the target of this kind of mental attack. With Bishop Evans's strength, it was fortunate that he did not die on the spot when he used a prophecy spell to check on the movements of the insectoids. Bishop Evans, I thank you on behalf of everyone who participated in the battle. David bowed sincerely to Bishop Evans. Lord Arthur, you're welcome. I did my best. Compared to your contribution, this is nothing. Bishop Evans smiled and returned the bow. You don't have to be so courteous. Lord Arthur, we'll take our leave first. If it weren't for your dishes, we would have returned long ago. We still need to maintain the Tula Star. Bishop McKinley laughed as he bade farewell to David. David sent the 5 bishops to the underground portal. There were already more than 30 level 5 knights gathered by the portal. They should be the knights who had just been mobilized. Furthermore, the teleportation gate did not stop. It continued to operate, sending one knight after another over. Among the 30 level 5 knights, David's 13 level 5 knights were among them. The 5 bishops did not immediately use the portal. Instead, they stopped to watch the first meeting between Lord Arthur and Lord Harlow. Of course, the 5 bishops did not have any ill intentions. Everyone knew that with Lord Arthur's terrifying battle strength, as long as Lord Harlow was not crazy, he would never fall out with Lord Arthur. They just wanted to see how Lord Harlow would perform after reaching the same status as Lord Arthur. Greetings, Lord Arthur. What they did not expect was that when the 13 level 5 knights saw Lord Arthur, they seemed to have forgotten their titles and status. They all bowed to Lord Arthur in a knight salute. David nodded slightly, waving his hand for the 13 level 5 knights to rise. His casual attitude shocked the 5 bishops, Chairman Gould, and all the other level 5 knights present. How strong was his leadership to make 13 level 5 knights so respectful? It must be known that these 13 level 5 knights all had different statuses. The lowest rank among them was a count. Apart from a knight of Harlow who had become a lord, 4 other knights had become marquises and had their own territories. In other words, 5 of the Knights of the Temple could establish their own families. Lord Harlow's family could even become a top-notch noble family. The 13 level 5 Knights of the Temple stood up and then stood behind David. David saw everyone's gaze. He had no choice but to let the 13 level 5 Knights of the Temple put on this show. The 13 level 5 Knights of the Temple were his doppelgangers. It could be said that they were one with him, and there was no distinction between them. Lord Arthur, Chairman Gould, Knights of the Temple, I'll leave this place to you. We'll leave first. Bishop McKinley saw that there was no more drama to watch, so he bowed and said with a smile. The single-person directional portal stopped for a while, and the 5 bishops were prioritized to leave. The number of Knights of the Temple in the first batch was set at 50. Of course, this did not include Chairman Gould and David, as well as the 2 Knights of the Temple who were originally stationed on the Guardian Planet. Chairman Gould looked at the Knights of the Temple and said in a deep voice, Everyone, I believe you already know why I've gathered you here. You have the honor of using this portal that has not been activated for thousands of years to participate in a space defense battle between the Interstellar Federation's fleet and the Knights of the Great World of God. This battle will be recorded in history. The results of this battle will be praised by history, or we will become a joke. All the Knights of the Temple had an excited expression on their faces. They believed that they would leave a deep mark in history and not become a joke. Our mission is to kill any insectoids that approach the fleet. This requires the cooperation of the Interstellar Federation. You must protect the Federation Transcendent that you are cooperating with. Do not let the Transcendent participate in the battle. Chairman Gould continued. This was not because Chairman Gould was being overly cautious, but because the Transcendent's combat power was too low. It was so low that it could not provide any help to the level 5 knights of the temple. These level 5 knights of the temple also needed the Transcendent to communicate with the Federation's fleet. Otherwise, they would not be able to form an effective defense. Although there were only 50 level 5 knights of the temple, the area they needed to defend was also very large. Tens of thousands of warships were spread out over a wide area, and the Guardian planet also needed to be defended. Without the assistance of the Federation's intelligence, it was almost impossible for them to defend such a large area. Don't worry, we will protect the Transcendent, a level 5 knight of the temple said with a smile. The dozens of Federation Transcendents standing to the side did not feel inferior because they were being protected. None of them were dissatisfied with the Temple Knights looking down on them. These military Transcendent knew the strength of the Temple Knights very well. Any of the Temple Knights here could cause great damage to any fleet as long as they approached it. Even destroying the fleet would not be a problem. In front of a Temple Knight, these Transcendent had no control over their lives. The Lieutenant General Transcendent in charge of coordination began to assign the Transcendent around him to the Temple Knights one by one. After the Temple Knights had a Transcendent by their side, they flew into the sky with the Transcendent. Lord Arthur, do you want your 13 Temple Knights to stay on the Guardian planet? Chairman Gould came to David's side and asked softly. No, let them fight like the other Temple Knights. David smiled and shook his head. He then asked again, I will arrange my own battles. Is that okay? You are the strongest, and you have direct contact with the federal military. Of course, you can do whatever you want. Chairman Gould also knew that he could not restrict David's movements, not to mention the relationship between them. In order to maximize the effectiveness of David, he had to let David act on his own. David smiled and nodded. He summoned the silver pterosaur and jumped on it. The silver pterosaur flew into space. There was a reason why he was in such a hurry to go into space. The power of faith around him suddenly decreased a lot. If the insectoids did not stop the other insectoid from providing him with faith, then the insectoids would have started a general attack. Since the insectoids could not pray, they could not provide him with the power of faith. General Francis, I'm going to go 10,000 kilometers away and try to stop the insectoids for a while, David said as he sat on the back of the silver pterosaur and opened his bracelet. General Francis was stunned when he received the message. He immediately understood what David meant. He wanted to buy time for the Federation military to set up the recon device. Lord Arthur, please go to the flagship to get the recon device. Our long-range main cannons are ready to support you at any time. General Francis immediately thought of the best solution. I will go now, David replied. He turned and flew towards the aircraft carrier. General Francis' idea was not bad. He could install a recon device on him and use it to send back information from afar. This way, the ship's long-range main cannons could help David attack the insectoids when necessary. Chapter 972. When David arrived at the mothership, the engineers had already prepared the scouting equipment. It was a set of single-soldier scouting equipment. It was originally installed on the exoskeleton armor, but after some simple modifications, it could be used directly on the shoulder. David casually installed the single-soldier scouting equipment on the back of the silver pterosaur and ignored the engineers who wanted to help. Instead, he took out a level 4 material from his portal pendant and shaped it into a binding device. The engineers were dumbfounded at David's operation. If David had made something from the great world of God, he would not have been so surprised. David had made a standard exoskeleton armor interface. It could stabilize the single-soldier scouting equipment on the back of the silver pterosaur without affecting its flight. As long as it was not directly attacked, the single-soldier scouting equipment would not have any problems. The most important thing was that the engineer saw how David casually molded the level 4 material into the shape he wanted. If it was not for the purple glow on the level 4 material, he would have thought that the material David used was soft mud. After David left with the single-soldier scouting equipment, The engineer shared this video with the other engineers. This video was spread like wildfire among the technical soldiers. David did not know that his casual work would bring him a group of crazy fans. He just did not think too much because he was in a rush. In order to fight the insectoids faster, the silver pterosaur used the move in a flash talent. Abel kept replenishing the space energy for the silver pterosaur. Without counting the consumption, the silver pterosaur's move in a flash was used almost seamlessly again and again. What? Lord Arthur intercepted the Zergs alone. President Gould came to the command room and heard about David's actions from General Francis. He could not help but be shocked. Look, this is the image sent back from Lord Arthur. General Francis used his hand to operate the command screen. An image window appeared on the screen. There was nothing substantial in the image. It was all dark space. However, as the Zerg wreckage appeared from time to time on the screen, one could tell that the screen was moving forward rapidly. Lord Arthur's movement speed has increased. General Francis looked at the data sent back by the single soldier reconnaissance device and said strangely. Speaker Gould also calmed down. He knew how powerful Lord Arthur was and knew that it was useless to worry at this time. He could not stop Lord Arthur from making a decision. Lord Arthur's flying mount has the ability to teleport. The explosive teleportation can reach astonishing speed regardless of energy. Chairman Gould explained. I see. General Francis nodded. You can monitor a lot of Lord Arthur's situation through this, right? Chairman Gould asked as he pointed at the image window on the screen. Yes, when Lord Arthur left, I asked him to take the reconnaissance device with him. This way, we can help Lord Arthur remotely through the data provided by the reconnaissance device. General Francis explained to Chairman Gould. General Francis, I hope you can keep all information about Lord Arthur's strength a secret. In the great world of God, many of the abilities of the Temple Knight are the biggest secrets. Chairman Gould said solemnly, I'm sorry, I didn't know there was such a taboo. All the data here will be destroyed after the battle. Only you and I can see these data. General Francis said apologetically. Before this, he really did not think about this. He was very curious about Lord Arthur's speed because a lot of the data that Lord Arthur showed was far beyond his imagination of the limits of human beings. After hearing Chairman Gould's suggestion, General Francis realized that he was not thorough enough. Lord Arthur also has enemies, and his enemies are very strong. For a long time, Lord Arthur's strength was like a fog. His enemies did not dare to act rashly. Chairman Gould said softly after looking around. This was the command post, and the rest of the soldiers were far away. Lord Arthur is so strong, and he still has enemies? General Francis asked with an incredulous look on his face. Why do you think so? This time, it was Chairman Gould's turn to be puzzled. No matter how strong Lord Arthur was, he was only a strong level 5 Temple Knight. What kind of ability did Lord Arthur show that made General Francis think that Lord Arthur could not possibly have enemies? General Francis was able to command tens of thousands of warships. He was not an ignorant person. He must have some understanding of the Federation's strength. Lord Arthur, who was known as the Invincible Knight, was only invincible to a certain extent. Chairman Gould did not think that Lord Arthur could remain invincible if he was surrounded by multiple knights of the same level. Did you not receive any news from the Guardian planet? General Francis glanced at Chairman Gould and continued. Lord Arthur killed 1 billion insectoids on the Guardian planet alone. I don't think anyone can go against him. Are you sure? This time, it was Chairman Gould's turn to be in disbelief. Wait, I have a video from before. To prove that he was not lying, General Francis took out a video taken when he first arrived at the Guardian planet. The video was taken from space. As the camera zoomed in, the ground of the Guardian planet was covered in insectoid carcasses. The camera then changed to many different locations. After that, the video changed to a scene of the insectoid carcasses being processed. Just looking at the mountains of materials, one could imagine how many insectoid carcasses there were. Phew! Chairman Gould let out a long sigh of relief. He wanted to let out the shock in his heart. The great world of God knew that Lord Arthur had saved the Guardian Planet, but they did not know that there were billions of insectoids on the Guardian Planet. They only thought that there were millions of them. The Knight of the Dexter Temple and the Knight of the Narsen Temple, who were rescued, did not report Lord Arthur's achievements because it was too shocking. If the two Knight of the Holy Sanctum had reported it, perhaps Lord Arthur's achievements would have been greater. However, the shrines might have doubted his strength. Can this information be kept secret? Chairman Gould asked in a low voice. I don't think so. The entire fleet saw what happened on the Guardian Planet. However, I will give the order to list this as a military secret. It will only reduce the impact of this matter to a certain extent. General Francis did not know what Chairman Gould was worried about, but he still decided to make this decision. Thank you. Lord Arthur's strength has increased too quickly. I'm a little worried. Chairman Gould explained vaguely. In fact, Chairman Gould was very excited at this moment. He had a guess in his mind. Legend had it that a legendary knight of the Holy Sanctum could obtain an area of effect attack. He could kill a large number of enemies without having to get close. This range could be very wide, up to thousands of meters. According to Chairman Gould's judgment, the insectoids on the Guardian Planet were most likely massacred by Lord Arthur using a legendary area of effect attack. He also thought of Bishop Cameron, a super strong man who had run rampant in the great world of God for thousands of years. However, he had died at the hands of Lord Arthur. Now that he thought about it, if Lord Arthur was a legendary, then everything would make sense. Chairman Gould's heart was burning. He could not wait to see David. He had risked his life in the past to become a level 5 knight of the Holy Sanctum. For this dream, he had lost too many things. Now that he guessed that David might have achieved his dream, he wanted to see the true strength of a legendary. Although he had not been promoted, he wanted to prove that legendary was real. Chairman Gould wanted to prove that legendary was not a legend in books. It was not an unrealistic fantasy of Chairman Gould and his 4 best friends. David had never thought that Chairman Gould's guess would be right about his strength. He was now approaching the area 10,000 meters away from the Federation's fleet. In his perception, 15 level 5 insectoids appeared in front of him. Although David's spiritual perception could reach up to 100 kilometers away, the level 5 insectoid's vision played a greater role in this space. Just as David discovered the level 5 insectoids, the level 5 insectoids also discovered him. This was an unexpected encounter, whether it was David or the level 5 insectoids. David's face tightened. Although he had reached the legendary rank, he had no intention of underestimating level 5 insectoids. His blade domain was indeed powerful. If it was a level 5 Holy Sanctum Knight, with the defense of a Holy Knight, he could instantly kill a group of them. However, a level 5 insectoid's defense was not something a Holy Knight could compare to. In addition, every level 5 insectoid had their own special abilities. These were all things that he had to pay attention to. David's gaze swept across the single soldier reconnaissance device. He regretted bringing it along. If he did not have it, he would have let the Black Dragon Alexis fight with him. Even if the Black Dragon Alexis was in its kitten form, it would still be of great help to him. In the command room, Chairman Gould's face changed when he saw the level 5 insectoids. Not good. Why are there so many level 5 insectoids? Lord Arthur's speed is enough to escape. General Francis said, not too worried. However, the image in the video made General Francis's face change again. This was because the image was rapidly approaching the level 5 insectoids. Lord Arthur is planning to fight the level 5 insectoids. General Francis could not believe his eyes. Level 5 insectoids were very powerful. Normally, it would take more than 3 level 5 Holy Knights to suppress a level 5 insectoid. Even if the level 5 Holy Knights worked together to form a battle formation, it would be impossible to deal with 15 level 5 insectoids without at least twice the number of Holy Knights. In order to win, more Holy Knights would be needed. On the other hand, Overlord Arthur was rapidly approaching the 15 level 5 insectoids. Wasn't this equivalent to suicide? Although Lord Arthur had entered the 5 billion insectoids and successfully assassinated a legendary level insectoid, everyone thought that it should have been an assassination using the divine weapon Dark Shadow. The assassin's method was to escape thousands of miles away after a successful strike. With Lord Arthur's life-saving means, it was possible for him to escape from the insectoid swarm with a single strike if he was well prepared. However, this time, Lord Arthur was attacking head-on. This shocked General Francis and Chairman Gould, who were watching the battle. If not for the fear of distracting Lord Arthur, Chairman Gould would have used the communications circle to persuade him to return. David's blood was boiling at this moment. He had become a legendary level, and a complete legendary level at that. This made him want to vent his anger. After witnessing the scene of 5 billion Zergs gathering together, although he was wary of 15 level 5 Zergs, he was not afraid. He wanted to test his true combat strength, and the level 5 Zergs in front of him were the best targets. The black armor on David's body automatically put on, and 6 chains extended from his back. It was the divine weapon Death Chain. Since he had already offended the Death God, he might as well not hide the fact that he had the divine weapon Death Chain. A level 5 light longsword appeared in his right hand, and a level 5 shield appeared in his left hand. 100 kilometers away, David was charging towards the level 5 insectoid from one side, and the level 5 insectoids were also charging towards him from the other side. Especially David's aura, which was sensed by the level 5 insectoids. This was the aura that the god-level insectoids were looking for. How could they not go crazy? David, who was driving the silver pterosaur to speed up, suddenly felt a trace of spatial energy fluctuation. This trace of spatial energy fluctuation was extremely weak. If he did not have the space pattern, which made his perception of spatial energy far better than others, he would not have been able to detect it in advance. Without any hesitation, the silver pterosaur followed David's command and disappeared with David. They then reappeared a few hundred meters away. Just as David's figure disappeared, a giant spatial blade appeared and swept towards where he was. This was the space giant beetle's attack. A distance of 100 kilometers was a very short distance for the space giant beetle. It was completely within its attack range. Unfortunately, the space beetle had encountered David, who also had the ability to manipulate space. Even though David's ability to manipulate space could not be compared to the space beetle's, his foundation in it was still extremely solid. David was also startled. The most frightening thing about the space giant beetle just now wasn't its terrifying attack power, but its ability to hide its attacks. If his sense of danger was ranked second among the knights, then no one could be ranked first. This was because he didn't use his main soul to sense danger. Instead, he used his main soul and 101 level, 5 soul avatars to sense danger together. Even so, he still could not sense the spatial blade of the space beetle. When the attack ended and he saw the spatial blade appear, he finally knew how to attack. Chapter 973. The distance between David and the 15 rank 5 insectoids was quickly reduced to 2,000 meters. At this distance, 5 purple flames flew towards David first. Even in outer space, these rank 5 transcendent flames were still very powerful. With but a thought from David, the 2 death god chains in front of him danced in the air, dissipating the 5 streams of violet flames. The flames of a 5th rank arachnid that specialized in fire might be a great threat to the majority of temple knights, but under the effects of the death god's shackles, they were completely ineffective. The divine artifact Death God's Chains was able to lock Black Dragon Alexis for tens of thousands of years. It was also the Death God's personal weapon. If it wasn't to subdue Black Dragon Alexis, the Death God wouldn't have let the divine artifact Death God's Chains leave his side. The divine artifact Death God's Chains had a great suppressive effect on all forms of life and energy. The small rank 5 flames couldn't even explode in front of the divine artifact Death God's Chains and were directly dispersed. At 1,500 kilometers, A large number of icicles fell from above David's head. Before the icicles even reached his body, he could already feel his speed being affected. Without any hesitation, the 6 divine artifacts, death god's chains flew above his head and blocked all the icicles. With the divine artifact, death god chains acting as a barrier, the ice power that could slow people down didn't reach David's body and had a limited effect on his speed. However, just as the divine artifact, death god's chains flew up to block the icicles, a bolt of lightning streaked across 1,500 meters and struck David's body. The most terrifying thing about lightning-type attacks was their speed. Lightning was so fast that it was almost unstoppable. Needless to say, a rank 5 lightning attack launched by a rank 5 insectoid was even more so. David didn't feel any threat from the attack. When the rank 5 lightning bolt arrived in front of him, he instinctively blocked it with his rank 5 shield. At this moment, he made a judgment in his heart. There must be a level 5 insectoid with the ability to hide its consciousness to be able to make these attacks so sudden that his danger perception could not take effect. However, there was no time to think about this. The level 5 lightning struck the level 5 shield. The shield's defensive rune was unable to block the level 5 lightning attack. This lightning spread along the LV5 shield from David's left hand to his body. If this lightning entered his body, he would be paralyzed for a few seconds. In a battle of this level, not to mention a few breaths, even a single breath was enough to determine life and death. If that happened, he would have to rely on the Black Dragon Alexis to save his life. This wasn't what David wanted. He hadn't had the time to test his combat strength yet. Just as the level 5 lightning entered his left arm, the lightning rune in his soul space flashed. Before the level 5 lightning could destroy it, it was forcefully absorbed into the lightning rune. Perhaps David's use of lightning was far inferior to the rank 5 insectoids, but with the lightning rune's basic lightning ability, he had no problem defending against lightning attacks. David was at the legendary rank. As long as the lightning energy did not exceed the legendary rank, the lightning rune could absorb it, let alone a mere level 5 lightning. At a distance of 500 meters, David could clearly see the full details of the 15 rank 5 insectoids. A 5-meter thick ice wall appeared in front of him. At the same time, a high-frequency wave appeared. This high-frequency sound wave was compressed into a beam and shot towards him. At this distance, dodging was meaningless. At this distance, the attack would arrive in an instant. After the initial attack was blocked by David, the LV5 insectoids decided to use their strongest attack at close range to deal the most powerful blow. David recognized the rank 5 insectoid that shot out the high-frequency sound wave. It was the Howling Worm King. The high-frequency sound wave it used almost killed President Gould. Obviously, the Howling Worm King didn't expect its opponent to also have the ability of high-frequency sound wave. Although there was a huge difference in level, having the ability of high-frequency sound wave was a great help in defending against similar high-frequency sound wave attacks. The 5th level, high-frequency sonic beam struck David's body, and he only frowned slightly. His legendary physique and the innate ability, high-frequency sonic beam, allowed him to forcibly resist the attack of the 5th level, high-frequency sonic beam. As for the 5-meter thick ice wall in front of him, in front of the Divine Reaper's chain, it melted and created a passage for David to pass through. A distance of 30 meters was enough for a rank 5 insectoid that was 20 meters tall to attack with its body. The Divine Reaper's chain in David's hand could also attack the opponent. However, at this distance, a sharp spirit spike shot into David's soul space. This was also the first time the shell of his soul space was forcibly broken. One must know that none of the enemies David had met before could compare with his soul strength. The Mind-Brain Worm King was the rank 5 insectoid that could hide the attack intent of all other insectoids. As a psychic insectoid, its ability was soul attack. Its ability was extremely terrifying. In terms of soul strength, it was invincible among its peers. The mind-brain worm king's position was at the back of the 15 rank 5 insectoids. It chose this distance of 30 meters because it thought that regardless of whether David was heavily injured by its soul attack, as long as it could affect David for a breath, the other rank 5 insectoids could use this opportunity to kill David. Its idea was good, and its spirit spike did indeed break through David's soul barrier. Next, its soul and David's soul would clash head-on. In the mind-brain worm king's mind, no matter how strong a human soul was, how could it be stronger than a psychic that had grown by absorbing the souls of countless insectoids? The spirit spike of the mind-brain worm king brought its soul consciousness into David's soul space. But the battle it imagined was over before it even started. This was because its soul consciousness had entered a world, a complete world. Although it was only a small world and David was not a god, it did not enter with its body. It only entered with its soul consciousness. The world law of a small world only had one way to deal with such intruders, and that was to use the world law to forcibly suppress them. If David was still rank 5, the mind-brain worm king might be able to resist a few times. However, David was now at the legendary level, which was one level higher than a mind-brain worm king, and it was the most important level. As soon as the mind-brain worm king's soul consciousness entered, it was suppressed by the world's consciousness and could not resist. The mind-brain worm king's soul attack was extremely strange and difficult to defend against. Its lethality was also extremely terrifying. Normal defenses could not withstand it at all. However, this did not mean that soul attacks had no weaknesses. Soul attacks were a huge gamble. They gambled that the enemy's soul was not as strong as their own. If they lost, they would lose everything. Just like how Bishop Evans used the prophecy spell to predict the attack of the insectoids, because it involved the god-level insectoids. If it was not for the help of the Shrines of Justice, he would have died from the backlash. The mind-brain worm king's soul consciousness was suppressed, and the rest of its soul lost control. It followed the path of the soul attack into David's soul space. All of this happened in an instant. David wasn't even affected in the slightest. However, the mind-brain worm king behind the level 5 insectoids had turned into a living corpse. This was also the first rank 5 insectoid to die since the start of the battle. The space beetle let out a shrill howl. The spirit protection of the mind-brain worm king disappeared, and it realized that the mind-brain worm king was in trouble. It stretched out its front limb and sent out a space blade. However, this time, David's danger sense sensed it in advance. The silver pterosaur carried David and dodged the space blade by tilting its body slightly. An insect limb covered in lightning pierced towards David at an unimaginable speed, and a divine artifact, Death God's Chain, went up to meet it. This was the forelimb of the lightning beetle. The lightning beetle didn't hesitate at all. It had the advantage in numbers. Even if it only needed to control one of David's divine treasures, the Chain of the Reaper, it would still be an advantage. When the lightning beetle's forelimbs came into contact with the Reaper's chain, the Reaper's chain coiled around the lightning beetle's forelimbs as if they were alive. The lightning beetle's front limb was one of its many close combat weapons. It let one of its front limbs entangle with the divine Reaper chain, while the other limbs continued to attack. However, when the Death God's chains wrapped around the lightning beetle's forelimbs, the lightning beetle discovered something that shocked it. It lost control of its forelimbs, and, at this moment, the Death God's chains continued to wrap around its body. The lightning beetle tried to resist, but it was controlled by the divine Reaper chain. It was not easy to resist. The other level 5 insectoids did not know that the lightning beetle was in trouble. They thought that the lightning beetle had successfully completed the first melee attack and was in a stalemate with David's divine weapon, the Reaper's chain. The armored beetle king was the one with the strongest defense among the 15 level 5 insectoids. It was a close combat insectoid and could withstand the full attack of a level 5 pinnacle. If not for the lightning beetle's fast attack speed, it would have been the first level 5 insectoid to come into contact with David. The armored Beetle King charged towards David and just happened to rush out of the gap created by the lightning beetle after it was controlled by the Reaper's chain. David's other 5 divine Reaper chains were blocking the attacks of the other rank 5 insectoids. He could not divert his attention to the Beetle King. The armored Beetle King's enormous body smashed towards David. By now, even if David were to use the Reaper's chains, it would be very hard for him to block this charge. David was also charging. His eyes turned cold, and the rank 5 shield in his left hand performed the standard knight's shield bash. In the underground command room of the Guardian planet, Chairman Gould and General Francis both held their breaths. The intensity of the battle was beyond their imagination, especially Chairman Gould. He had a better understanding of the insectoid strength because he could compare it with his own rank 5 strength. As for General Francis, no matter how detailed the research report was, it was impossible for a rank 2 to understand the strength of a rank 5. The two of them looked at the image transmitted to them. From the angle of the single soldier reconnaissance device, the armored Beetle King was like a mountain crashing towards them, while David seemed exceptionally small. This tiny existence was using the standard knight's shield bash, using a small swing of his left hand to drive the rank 5 shield towards the 20-meter-tall Beetle King. The comparison in the image made the two of them feel that it was unfair, and they felt helpless that David had underestimated his opponent. Shield bash wasn't a knight's main method of attack. It could only be regarded as a defensive method. Using shield bash to clash with the Beetle King that was 20 meters long was more like suicide in their eyes. Of course, David was not committing suicide. His shield bash did not rely on his physical strength, but on the rule of force. He used the rule of force of the small world in his soul space to control a part of the small world's mass and integrate it into the shield bash. The Beetle King was fighting against a part of the small world. The Beetle King immediately felt the consequences of fighting against a small world. Boom! Even though they were in outer space, the impact of the collision was so intense that it caused the shells of the level 5 insectoids around them to vibrate, causing them to hear the sound of the collision. However fast the armored Beetle King charged, it was also sent flying at the same speed. At this moment, the whole battlefield seemed to come to a standstill. The shell of the armored Beetle King, which was said to have an invincible defense of the 5th rank, exploded outwards with David's 5th rank shield as the center. David's unexpected strength stunned the other 13 level 5 insectoids. They couldn't be blamed for this. It was just that the fact that a puny human could send the armored Beetle King, which specialized in close combat defense, flying was too shocking. David was not stunned. Under his control, the Silver Pterosaur's move in a flash talent was activated. David's figure appeared beside the Beetle King, and the rank 5 light, long sword in his right hand, pierced through the broken shell, cutting open the heart of the Beetle King. At this moment, the shadow attendant rushed over and absorbed the soul of the Beetle King. David scanned with his will, and the body of the Beetle King disappeared. It wasn't just the carcass of the Beetle King. The place where David retreated after catching up to the Beetle King was close to where the Mind Brain Worm King was. He scanned the carcass of the Mind Brain Worm King with his spirit and put it into the space card. On the battlefield, David swapped places with the level 5 insectoids. As they crossed paths, the 15 level 5 insectoids became 13 level 5 insectoids, and David's divine weapon, the Reaper's Chain, was still entangled with the lightning beetle. Chapter 974. David glanced at the level 5 insectoids. The Reaper's Chain was already wrapped around the lightning beetle's neck, causing it to lose its ability to move, let alone a level 5 lightning beetle. Even a deity who dared to be bound by the Reaper's Chain would be severely restricted and unable to move. David casually tossed out the light longsword of the 5th rank. The light longsword pierced into the body of the lightning beetle, and the divine weapon chain of the Reaper coiled around it, pushing the light longsword into the beetle's body and into its heart. Throughout the whole process, the lightning beetle was still conscious, but it could not resist at all. It could only look at its companions in despair, hoping that they would help. The 12 level 5 insectoids were terrified. They had only just made contact, and 3 level 5 insectoids had already fallen. Space attacks could not get close. Fire, frost, lightning, and high-frequency sound waves were all ineffective. It was the first time they had encountered an enemy like this. Run! This thought flashed through the eyes of the 12 level 5 insectoids, and they made the same decision in an instant. In the insectoid world, level 5 insectoids were precious. The insectoids were too powerful. Insectoids of the same level could fight against humans several times their size. This made it harder for the insectoids to level up compared to humans to a certain extent. With the sheer number of insectoids, the probability of a level 5 insectoid appearing was very low. It was hard to imagine. Therefore, unless the insectoids gave the order to attack, a level 5 insectoid could leave the battlefield at any time in a normal battle. David's spirit was very strong. When the 12 level 5 insectoids communicated with their eyes, he understood what they were planning. If he let the 12 level 5 insectoids escape in all directions in this vast space, would he have to chase them down one by one? That would take too long. David turned off the single soldier surveillance device on the silver pterosaur. It would not be convenient for people to watch the battle from afar. Why is the image gone? While Chairman Gould was shocked and excited by Lord Arthur's invincible strength, the screen suddenly turned black. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Lord Arthur has turned off the surveillance equipment." General Francis shook his head helplessly. If Lord Arthur wasn't from the Interstellar Federation and wasn't a genius researcher from the Federation, perhaps he wouldn't even know how to turn off the surveillance equipment. However, even though the individual surveillance equipment was very advanced, he still managed to turn it off easily. After turning off the scouting device, David immediately activated the blade domain. With him as the center, countless blades appeared in a sphere with a radius of 100 kilometers. The blade that appeared beside the level 5 insectoid silently came into contact with the level 5 insectoid's carapace. Cuts appeared on the carapace. This time, the 12 level 5 insectoids were truly shocked. How could they not recognize the blade domain? This was the domain ability of the deity in charge of commanding the insectoids. The 12 level 5 insectoids used their own defensive techniques at the same time, wrapping themselves in it. David wasn't affected by the blade domain at all. His body flashed, and the first one he rushed towards was the space beetle. The space beetle was in a much better situation than the other level 5 insectoids. A space shield blocked all the blades. As long as the space shield wasn't broken, the blades wouldn't be able to do any damage to it. The space beetle was preparing to activate its space ability to escape from the battlefield. The space beetle was also the level 5 insectoid that had the highest chance of escaping. This was also the specialty of space ability. It could fight and escape at the same time. David sensed the space energy rising from the space beetle and immediately understood what it was thinking. Of course, he couldn't let the space beetle escape. Not just the space beetle, he wasn't going to let any of the level 5 insectoids go. How could he let go of such a good opportunity to encounter level 5 insectoids that weren't moving with the swarm? As David rushed forward, the level 5 light longsword that was stuck in the lightning beetle's body flew out and returned to his right hand under his mental control. The shadow attendant absorbed the lightning beetle's soul. The divine reaper's chain wrapped around the lightning beetle's corpse and put it into the space pendant. David, who was multitasking, didn't affect the speed of his attacks. He didn't choose to activate the silver pterosaur's instantaneous movement talent ability or his space dash talent ability because he didn't feel safe using his space ability in close proximity to the space beetle. His space ability couldn't compare to the space beetle's. Besides, the distance between them could be covered in a single acceleration. The space beetle was also anxious. How could it not know what David was planning? The space shield it controlled had a very good defense and didn't hurt at all. However, under the attack of the blades. The space shield's energy was greatly depleted. It had to replenish the space energy of the space shield while activating the space wormhole to escape the battlefield. In order to prevent David from getting close, the space beetle cast 2 space blades and set up a dozen space traps in front of it. It didn't want to kill David, but it wanted to delay David for a while. David's perception of space energy fluctuations was extremely strong. His figure flickered as he dodged 2 space blades and a dozen space traps without triggering them. In his eyes, any area with spatial fluctuations would be sensed by the space pattern in his soul space. David came in front of the space beetle. At that moment, a 30-meter tall space wormhole was forming behind the space beetle. David's momentum did not slow down. His grade 5 shield collided with the spatial shield first. The spatial shield, which could block a grade 5 attack, collapsed under the impact of David's attack. The Rule of Strength was a high-end ability even for legends, let alone level 5. This kind of ability shouldn't appear on a battlefield of this level, but it did. As soon as the space shield broke, the 2 Reaper's chains reached out first. The space wormhole that was about to form turned into space energy fragments and dissipated. The space beetle couldn't hurt the Reaper's chains even after attacking several times. Instead, it was locked by the Reaper's chains. The result was obvious. Unless the space beetle was stronger than Black Dragon Alexis, it would be impossible for it to break free from the Reaper's chains. Actually, the space beetle's strength wasn't limited to this. It still had many attacks, but it was frightened by David. Under the threat of the blade domain, it only wanted to leave. After being bound by the divine artifact, the death god's chains, the space gigantic beetle lost all ability to fight. After David stabbed the space beetle to death, the other 11 level 5 insectoids began to flee in all directions. They couldn't escape quickly at all. Forcefully breaking free from the attacks of the Reaper's blades reduced their speed by half, and that was only because of their strong bodies. With the death of the space beetle, David didn't have anything to worry about. The silver pterosaur activated the Move in a Flash talent and flashed to the side of a level 5 insectoid. The Reaper's chains scattered the level 5 insectoid's final counterattack. Without being surrounded, David could kill any level 5 insectoid in one-on-one. Not to mention, the current situation was advantageous to him, so the battle became even easier. David's silhouette was constantly moving on the battlefield. The furthest level 5 Zerg was able to escape was only 10 kilometers away. It wasn't even able to escape 1/10 of the range of David's consciousness before it was killed. He put all the insectoid corpses into his dimensional pendant and turned off the blade domain. Only then did he turn on the individual scouting device again. In the command room of the Guardian planet, the screen reappeared. General Francis looked at the time. From when the screen disappeared to when it reappeared, only 1 minute and 30 seconds had passed. In the screen, there were no more traces of battle. There were no more level 5 insectoids. There was only David hovering in space. What happened? Where did the level 5 insectoids go? Chairman Gould asked softly. General Francis shook his head with a bitter smile. He also wanted to know what happened in that 1 minute and 30 seconds. There were 15 level 5 insectoids in total. Now, none of them could be seen. Did they escape, or whether it was Chairman Gould or General Francis? Neither of them dared to think otherwise. A dozen level 5 insectoids were all killed in 1 minute and 30 seconds. Before the screen disappeared, they could see that the level 5 insectoids were planning to escape. General Francis, I'll continue forward, David said using his bracelet. Lord Arthur, if you continue forward, you'll leave the range of the main cannon of the battleship. General Francis reminded him. It's okay. If there's any trouble, I'll come back here and ask for backup. David replied with a smile. When he used the Blade Territory in space, it gave him a boost of confidence. The Blade Territory could be said to be his most powerful AoE attack. It was even stronger than the Dragon's Roar and Dragon's Aura. The young Black Dragon's Roar and Dragon's Aura were not much of a threat to the level 5 insectoids. However, the blade territory could kill the level 5 insectoids. Among the level 5 insectoids, there were a few that did not have strong defenses. When David ended their lives, they were not far from death. Within the blade territory, any enemy would be attacked more than 10 times per second. These attacks were equivalent to level 5 attacks. In addition to the distance of 100 kilometers, unless the level 5 insectoids were at the edge of 100 kilometers, they would not be able to escape the continuous attacks of the blade territory. Lord Arthur, where did the level 5 insectoids go? Chairman Gould could not hold back his curiosity and asked. General Francis was also very curious. One had to know that the insectoids only sent out 15 level 5 insectoids during the first round of reconnaissance. Those level 5 insectoids did not escape. Their bodies are in my portal item. You're not thinking of sharing the spoils, are you? David said a joke that was not considered funny. Chairman Gould's mouth twitched. He forced a smile, but his eyes were full of shock. 15 level 5 insectoids were all killed. Was this the power of a legendary? In fact, Chairman Gould had seen many things in Lord Arthur's battle just now. For example, Lord Arthur's 6 chains were able to block all the attacks of the level 5 insectoids. The energy attacks dissipated in front of the chains. This meant that the 6 chains were divine artifacts. Only divine artifacts could have such an effect. One had to know that Lord Arthur's opponents were level 5 insectoids, and their attacks were all level 5 attacks. Divine Artifact Death Chain. Chairman Gould had already thought of the name of this divine artifact. It was easy to judge. There were not many divine artifacts like chains, and there were 6 of them. There was no need to think too much. Chairman Gould thought of the divine artifact Death Chain that was used by the Death God in the records. In the books seized from the hands of many believers of the Death God, there were images of 6 divine artifacts floating around the body of the Death God. Chairman Gould thought of the awakening of the Death God and could not help but worry about Lord Arthur's safety. However, General Francis was beside him, so he could not say much. He could only wait for an opportunity to talk to Lord Arthur in detail. General Francis was also extremely shocked. Was this still something a human could do? Level 5 insectoids had always been the Interstellar Federation's nightmare. The great world of God had always been the one to fight against them. Although the Interstellar Federation had the ability to kill level 5 insectoids, the price to pay was too high. Luring the level 5 insectoids to a designated area and then destroying that area as the price to kill one level 5 insectoid. However, Lord Arthur had killed all 15 level 5 insectoids in just a few minutes by himself. I'll report this to Grand Marshal Andre when I get back. I must maintain the best relationship with Lord Arthur. General Francis decided in his heart. After ending the call, Chairman Gould looked at General Francis seriously and thought about how to speak. Although General Francis had said before that he would keep this a secret, Chairman Gould wanted to keep it secret. General Francis, Lord Arthur is walking on a path that no knight has ever walked on before. I don't want him to be influenced by the outside world when he has just set sail, so please keep your promise. Lord Arthur is my close friend. I will do anything to protect Lord Arthur. Chairman Gould said in a deep voice. Chairman Gould, to tell you the truth, Lord Arthur's attitude towards the Interstellar Federation is very friendly. The federal military will not do anything that goes against Lord Arthur's interests. Grand Marshal Andre told me this before I set off. General Francis also expressed his attitude seriously. The upper echelons of the two worlds smiled. After experiencing the scene just now, they had the same secret and formed the first friendship. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.